All right. Do you want to stand? You get your chair. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay. You can open this if you can.
I know. Well then,
yeah. All right. Do we have any LEP? Okay. And no house calls, I think, baby? What is up with that? Okay. All right, then. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 4th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. Before I call up the first defendant, I am going to read the victim's rights advisement in the event there are any victims observing the proceedings, either here at the jail or remotely. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, the right to a speedy trial, the right to be present at all court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you've not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, Mr. Cole, Mr. Travis Cota, Travis Cota. If you please come to the podium, we'll be first. After that, Nicholas Dewell. If you go to the chair just inside the door, Mr. Dewell will be next. Mr. Cota, right here at the podium. All right. Good afternoon, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Travis Cota, 01/25/1990.
All right. Thank you. You are before the court on 2 probation violation warrants. You're on probation for multiple felonies across 2 different cases. And there were petitions to revoke your probation filed in both cases. Those were filed on or about July 17th. And those petitions allege violations of terms 5 of your intensive probation. I am appointing a lawyer for you in both cases. I'm giving you the same court dates for both cases. It's a revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing on August 11th, 8:30 in the morning. That is in the downtown Superior Court, and the address is on your paper. Pursuant to Rule 7.2c, the court finds that you will, in all reasonable probability, suffer a term of incarceration in this case, in both of these cases. So I'm ordering that you be held without bond in both cases. You can talk to your lawyer more about how that works, and you will be back in court next week. If you step to your left, they're going to give you copies of your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Dewell. After that, Maxwell Campos. We go to the chair. And counsel, are you appearing for Mr. Dewell?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then Mr. Okay, looks like we're good. All right, sir. Good afternoon. Can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Nicholas Chase Dewell, April 3rd, 1998.
Okay, thanks. And the appearance of counsel, please.
Brooke Gahn on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dewell, you're here in a new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated assault by the impeding of breathing or strangulation in a domestic relationship. That is a Class 4 felony, and endangerment, which the court finds probable cause for as a Class 1 misdemeanor. I do also find probable cause for the aggravated assault allegations. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm scheduling your next 2 court dates. Those will be a status conference August 10th at 8:30 in the morning, preliminary hearing August 13th at 8:30. Those will be in the downtown Superior Court, and the address and the dates will be on your paperwork. Before I set conditions of bail or release, what does the state want to say?
Thanks, Your Honor. The state is asking to seal the Form 4 because it contained personally identifiable information regarding a minor victim.
All right, that is granted. And so give us 1 second, sir. I'll explain that in a moment, and I just need to do it correctly on my screen. Okay, let me know. Just make sure it took it. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Dewell, that is a motion that essentially permits the state, and we do I have a redacted one right now?
No.
To replace it with, okay. Okay. The police, when they booked you, they did include identifying information for the alleged juvenile victim, which is against Supreme Court rules. So what the state needs to do is provide a redacted copy. You will have access to all the discovery in your case through your lawyer. All it means is that the police narrative about what you're accused of will not go immediately up on the web or out into the public record. The state has to provide a redacted copy first. So you can talk to your lawyer more about how that works, but I don't think there's any reasonable basis to deny that motion, so I grant it. All righty, and counsel, did you want to be heard on conditions of bail or release?
I have nothing to add to my written
Let
recommendation.
me just double check that I looked at it. Did. All right, so I've considered what's been alleged against you, your criminal history or lack of criminal history in this case. 1 second, will you double check the final orders because it reverted to no lawyer because of a system error? I just want to make sure. Okay, I just want to make it, because we don't have to reprint, it's just the sealing of the form. We just have to reclose it. Sorry, it's a paperwork computer issue, but it should be, you want to close it one more time? Okay, thank you. And we don't have to reprint for that. Okay. All right, sorry. Let me back up. I've considered what's been alleged against you, your lack of criminal history, the state's recommendation, and everything else that's attached in ISIS. And the court is going to set bail in your case today at $15,000. It is secured. If you post it, you'll be on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. You will alcohol test to prove that you are not drinking. You have other conditions of release. They will all be in writing. Those include you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crimes. You may not live there while the case is pending. What you can do is a civil standby one time with a law enforcement officer to collect belongings. Then you must provide proof of a new address to pretrial services within 24 hours. The infant is the victim. The court finds that the infant is the alleged victim of the endangerment count. Therefore, you may not have any contact with the child or the adult. Don't respond to any contact from the adult. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. Obey any order of protection that may be served on you. If you step to your left, the officer will have a copy of that.
May I read?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, then Mr. Campos, you go ahead and come in, please. After that, Philip Cruz, we go to the chair. Hello, sir, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Axel Campos, 3186.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Campos, you're on 3 things. I'm just going to take them in order. We'll start with number 11. This is a grand jury warrant. And in this case, you have been charged with 1 count of narcotic drug possession, 1 count of resisting arrest as a class 6 felony. Sorry, I'm thinking too many thoughts at once. I'm going to start over. 1 count of narcotic drug possession, that's a class 4 felony. 1 count of resisting arrest, that's a class 6 felony. Drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony, and 3rd degree criminal trespassing, which is a class 3 misdemeanor. The alleged offense date for all of those is December 4th of 2025. If that doesn't ring a bell, you will get copies of the charges and police reports through your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your next court date is called an arraignment hearing. That's going to be in the Downtown Superior Court, August 11th at 8:30 in the morning. The address for that court is on your paperwork. And I'm going to affirm the bond in that case. It is $1,000 secured with written release conditions that include don't go to the scene of the alleged crimes, no contact with any alleged victim on the criminal trespass or the resisting arrest charges, and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Now, the other 2 matters are probation holds. They are term 1 holds. What that means is probation is going to be filing petitions to revoke your probation in both cases based on this new case. So I am giving you a lawyer in both of those cases as well. You'll end up with the same lawyer for everything ultimately. I do have to give you a different court date right now for probation. Eventually, they should all come together in the system. So that court date for probation only, both cases, is going to be August 11th at 8:30 in the morning. It's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing in the Downtown Superior Court. Again, the dates and the address are on your paperwork. In each of your 2 probation cases, you have a $500 secured appearance bond and written release conditions that are substantially the same as the ones I just gave you for the new case. So I'll let you read those for yourself. If you'll step to your left, the officers will give you paper for all 3 cases. Thank you. right, Mr. Cruz? And then Tommy McDaniel, will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Philip Antonio Cruz, July 9th, 1992.
Okay, thank you. You're here on two matters. I believe they're both probation violation warrants. In both of your probation cases, there were petitions to revoke your probation filed on June 25th of this year. Those allege that you violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 14. You will get copies of those petitions from your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you in both cases. Your next court date will be the same for both cases. It'll be in the downtown probation court. The address is on your paperwork. It's going to be a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on August 11th, 8:30 in the morning. That will be on your paperwork. And your bond in number 13 on the calendar, that's the older case. You have a $500 secured appearance bond. And in the newer case, I'm just going to affirm the probation judge's bonds, but it's the newer case where you have the $250 secured appearance bond, number 14 on the calendar. So your total bond for both cases is $750 secured, and your court date for both cases is August 11th.
Your Honor, I'm homeless. I have no income. I have no family out here who even cares enough to give a shit about me, Your Honor. There's no way I'd be able to post that bond.
I'm sorry to hear that, but Mr. Cruz, that does mean you will end up staying in custody until next week. The court, you've violated before, multiple times you've been reinstated, and based on what they're alleging, the court is not inclined to.
Your Honor, all I did
you're
was
going to end up staying in custody.
That's all I did was.
That's not all they allege, Mr. Cruz, not by a long shot. Please step to your left. You'll get copies at your next court hearing.
I caught him in case.
All right, good luck. Mr. McDaniel? Where's Tommy McDaniel? After Mr. McDaniel will be Gregory Wilson, if you go to the chair. All right, Mr. McDaniel, can I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Yes, Tommy Lee King McDaniel Jr. first.
Let's give.
893888528.
Okay, yeah. Give us 1 second, Mr. McDaniel. We're going to get him out of here so you can hear better. Okay. All right. So you are here on 2 probation violation warrants, and looks like yours were issued around July 15th. In both of your probation cases, they allege that you violated terms 3, 4, and 5. You'll get copies of those from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you in both cases. Your court date in the probation court is going to be August 11th at 8:30 in the morning. It's a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. The court address in downtown Phoenix will be on your paperwork. And in this case, you have a $500 secured appearance bond in number 9 on the calendar. That's the older case. Number 10 on the calendar, I'm just going to affirm what the probation judge gave you. It's $250 secured. So your total bond, $750 for both cases, and your court date for both is August 11th. If you step to your left, they've got your paperwork for both cases. Good luck, sir. Mr. Wilson, Gregory Wilson, and then John Sustrick. We go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Gregory Keith Wilson, Inspector, December 8th, 1997.
Okay, thanks. You're here on a probation violation warrant, and looks like the petition to revoke your probation was filed July 31st of this year. It alleges that you violated terms 3 and 5. You will get a copy of it from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your court date is in the downtown probation court, August 11th, 8:30 in the morning. It is a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. The court address in downtown Phoenix will be on your paperwork. I'm going to affirm the bond that the probation judge gave you. It is $150 secured. If you post it, call your PO within 72 hours. Do not miss your court dates, okay? Everything's on your paperwork. She's got your copy.
All right. So, for my conditions of release, I have to pay bail.
Correct. $150 secured. If you don't post it, you stay in custody until your next court date. If you do post it, call your PO within 72 hours because you're still on probation. You have to comply even when.
Yeah, literally. And then the main thing is, like, literally, the police just woke me up. Like, I was literally sleeping.
Yeah.
And
well, sir, that's not really relevant to my decision. You were sentenced or released, and then never called, went into the wind. So as far as whether you violated, how you've been doing on probation, you can raise that with the probation judge. If you don't post a bond, you stay in custody until that happens. You step to your left to get your paperwork. All right, Mr. Sustrick, and then Ronald Buxon or Vuson. Ronald, if you go to the chair. All right, Mr. Sustrick, can I have your full name and your date of birth?
John Sustrick, 9575.
Are you the third?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. You are here on a new case going out of Goodyear City Court. 1 second. And warrant, as I recall, from the Surprise City Court. So I'm going to start with the Goodyear case. You got arrested on new allegations, and that is driving on a suspended license. Oh, hold on a second. I've got a little. I think I probably have to reprint. 1 second, I got to reprint Goodyear. Yeah. Hold on, I do have to reprint the Goodyear one, officer. Sorry. Okay. All right. Talking about Goodyear, it is driving on a suspended license, a class 1 misdemeanor, and knowingly displaying a fictitious license plate that's a class 2 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for both of those. Your arraignment hearing is going to be in the Goodyear City Court, August 12th, 8:30 in the morning. That is this coming Wednesday, August 12th.
Okay.
The address for Goodyear will be on your paperwork. The Surprise City Court also had a warrant out for you in a case in which you have been charged with leaving the scene of an accident as a class 1 misdemeanor and knowingly displaying a fictitious plate, which is a class 2 misdemeanor. Your arraignment hearing in Surprise is going to be the day before, August 11th, Tuesday, August 11th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's going to be on your paperwork. You have a $50 secured appearance bond in each case. That is $100 total. If you bond out, do not miss those court dates. If you don't bond out, then you will have a lawyer at each of those court dates to help you with the bond issue only. We don't otherwise appoint lawyers in this type of case. If you step to your left, I'll give you copies of your paperwork. Thank you. All right, Mr. Buxon. And then Scott Chamberlain, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Ronald J. Buxton, 7/12/1972.
All right, thank you. You're here on a warrant from Surprise City Court. It's in a case in which you have been charged with theft by misrepresentation. It's a class 1 misdemeanor. This warrant was issued in 2023. Says it is a pre-trial failure to appear in a theft case. Again, class 1 misdemeanor. The warrant's been outstanding since May of 2024. So I'm going to give you a court date in Surprise City Court. It is August 11th. That is Tuesday, August 11th at 1:30 in the afternoon. The address is on your paperwork, and I'm going to affirm their bond. It is $50 secured. If you post it, comply with all of your release conditions and don't miss the court date. If you don't post it, the sheriffs will take you over there because I think you're being held on a different case, right?
Yeah, and there's I believe I have a $1,000 bond.
Okay.
I was waiting for my wife to
Okay.
do that, and then
If
maybe
you
that's when.
post everything, great, then don't miss this court date. If you don't post, then the sheriff will take you to court,
Okay.
as long as you don't post the bond. So don't post the 50, but not the 1,000.
So
And the
it's
sheriff-
1,050 total then, okay.
Correct,
All right.
if that's your total in the other case.
All right.
Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they'll give you a copy. All
Thank
right,
you, ma'am.
thank you. Good luck, sir. All right, Mr. Chamberlain, and then Albertson Kovach. Will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Scott Chamberlain, 11/16 of 1967.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for criminal trespass in the first degree. It is a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. I'm going to give you 2 court dates. They're in about 2 weeks. The first one is a status conference on Wednesday, August 19th. That's 2 weeks from tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing that Friday, August 21st at 8:30 in the morning. Now, I saw that you said you are a trucker. Where do you drive when you're working?
For Sunbelt Rentals.
Is that in Maricopa County?
It can be, yes. It's primarily Maricopa.
It's
Tempe is my home office.
It's in state.
In state only, yes.
Good, okay.
I'm local, I should say.
Okay,
Phoenix,
this is what I'm going to order. You don't have any criminal history. I have considered that. I have considered what's been alleged against you. I'm very concerned about the risk to the alleged victim. So I'm going to put you on an ankle monitor because you are to categorically have 0 contact with the alleged victim. Do you understand that? All right. You may not go to the scene of the alleged crime. You may have 0 contact with her. Should she contact you first, you may not respond.
Okay.
And I've noted and this is, I'm willing to do this because you don't have any criminal history, that you're permitted to make work trips outside the county, provided that, but you don't have permission to travel out of state. So it'd have to be in-state trips, but because normally when you're on an ankle monitor, you can't leave the county because they don't supervise you. But I have a note in here for pretrial saying, if you have pre-authorized it with them, so if you have a work trip, you send pretrial whatever proof they're asking for. You say, yes, it's a work trip. I have to go to Pima or whatever. So, and then they don't have to monitor your ankle monitor when you're out of county. When you come back to the county, you're monitored, because the whole point of the ankle monitor is to keep you away from the alleged victim.
Okay.
So I think it's fairly clear. They should understand it. They know how to ask me questions if they don't understand it. But I'm not intending to say that you couldn't ever leave the county if you had a work trip out of county. I just want you to prove it to them and tell them when it is, so they'll know when to stop, so that way it doesn't trigger an alert
And
when you
that's
leave
the
the county.
company that
It's not a
monitors.
company, it's an arm of the court. It's
Okay.
the probation department. And you'll meet with them before you leave, because you have to be hooked up to the ankle monitor before you leave this building.
Okay.
That can delay your release, but you should make an afternoon hookup. I mean, knock on wood, without issue. You should make an afternoon hookup and be out later this evening.
Okay.
But they're going to hook you up to it. They're going to explain the whole program to you. You have to agree to it. If you don't agree to the program, they're going to bring you back in here, and I'm probably going to give you a bond.
Okay.
So the program is, as I said, the entire purpose of it is to keep you away from the alleged victim. No weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. If you get served with any kind of order of protection or injunction against harassment, then you have to comply with that as well. If you don't get served with one, then that doesn't apply to you. Everything you need to know is going to be on your paperwork. Will you comply with that and come to your court dates?
Yes.
All right. Everything you need to know is on your paperwork. If you step to your left, they'll give you copies.
Can I ask 2 quick questions?
Yes.
I do have a trip, so that would take me out of state as
When?
of tomorrow, so that I cannot leave on, because I already
Tell
have.
me about your trip.
We're heading to Sturgis. We have friends that stay.
Is it the annual biker rally?
We have friends, huh?
Okay, when?
We would be leaving tomorrow morning, coming back the 10th, which would still be before court, but
How are you getting there?
on plane.
You're flying
Yeah.
direct?
Yes.
You're not laying over?
No, direct from here and then direct back to here. Or direct from here to there and direct there back to here.
All right, what was the other trip?
That is the only
Oh, I'm
trip.
sorry, I thought
I
you
just,
said two.
you're saying because I can't go out of state, and I would
I know.
take me out of state.
No,
so
agreed. So
that was
I'm
a concern.
thinking about it. All right. Again, I wouldn't do this if you had any prior criminal history.
I do
Also,
appreciate that.
I recognize this is a class 6 felony. It's also a probation eligible felony. So even if you got convicted, you're eligible for probation.
Okay.
So that's why I'm willing to do it, but I need to type things, okay?
And how long is the monitor for?
It's until another court takes it off. And so I always tell people, obviously, the more compliant you are with all of this, the stronger argument your lawyer has to get it taken off of you.
Okay.
I did give you a lawyer. You can talk to your lawyer about that.
Okay.
You need to show compliance. Victim rights will have to be complied with.
Sure.
But this is definitely a case that was of concern.
Yeah, and it's not going to
So
happen overnight.
I'm
for that
serious
come on.
about the electronic monitor. So you're going to have to fly with it. But you'll have your orders. Oh, they're putting it on your leg before you leave the.
That's what I understand. I didn't want it to go off.
Have your orders. If you get questioned by TSA, from everything we've heard over years, people do not have a problem with it at TSA, but bring your orders.
I will.
And that way, if you get questioned, you'll say, I'm allowed.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on a second. It's South Dakota?
South Dakota.
South.
Sturgis, South Dakota.
Dakota. So long as he returns by, and it is August 10. August 10, you said you're coming back?
Leave tomorrow, August 5th, and come back August 10th.
Yeah, the 10th is a Monday,
Yes, we're coming back on Monday. We're only going to be gone 5 days.
26. And because what pretrial wants me to say is that they don't have to monitor you.
Okay.
Pretrial services. Just hang on. In contact and written. I'm gonna say 12 hours. You call them when you get back. 12 hours of his return to Maricopa County. Okay. Okay. Because again, just letting you know why I'm, you know, the entire point of the ankle monitor is to get you to stay away from the alleged victim. It's not to prevent you from fleeing. If you want to flee, you can flee. Also, on these facts, I believe you'd be extremely foolish to flee and that you're not likely to. So the whole point of the monitor is strictly while you're in Maricopa County to keep you away from the alleged victim. Okay. So I'm going to say you can go back and forth to South Dakota, leave on or after tomorrow, return by the 10th. So this will be like 2 places in here, but I did want to say, because otherwise pretrial service is going to come back and bug to say, no, you don't have to monitor him while he's in South Dakota. Not that they actually could. It would just, anyway. All right, let me double check my work. All right, because when you're in state, I think they'll know as soon as you're back. Okay. All right, and they can come and tell me if they think I should tweak that. Okay. All right, it's good. All right, if you go have a seat, we're going to send out your copy, okay? All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Kovac? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth? Hi. What's your name?
Albert Kovacs,
What's your date of birth?
10/16/99.
99?
Yeah,
Or not 90?
not 90.
99, okay. And just a second, I'm just going to tell it. You don't have to, but if okay, I was just updating that in our system. Let me get it in bold. So that does make me wonder, 1 second, if it did from criminal history, if they were running the wrong date of birth. Oh no, they have 99 here. They do. Okay, so that's probably the office of the officer who booked you, not hearing it well. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right, so you're before the court on 2 things. The first one is a new felony arrest. The second one is a traffic warrant. So I'm going to start with the new one, the new felony arrest. That's number 2 on the calendar. You have been accused of 3 counts of trafficking stolen property. Those are class 2 felonies. 1 count of theft as a class 4 felony. Narcotic drug possession, that's a class 4 felony. 2 counts of theft as class 1 misdemeanors. 1 count of possession of a prescription drug without a prescription, that's a class 1 misdemeanor. I do find probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm giving you 2 court dates in this case. The first one is a status conference, August 19th at 8:30 in the morning. That's about 2 weeks from now. Preliminary hearing, August 21st at 8:30. Both of those in the downtown Superior Court. The address and the dates will be on your paperwork. And in this case, I've considered your criminal history and what's been alleged against you, and I am willing to give you a try on own recognizance release. That means you promise to come to court and comply with the release conditions. Those, of course, include no contact with the alleged victim or victims. You can't go to the scenes of any alleged crimes, which would include not only where things were allegedly stolen from, but also pawn shops and things. Right. No drugs, no alcohol, etc. Will you comply with those conditions and come to court?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then you are released in that case. Number 3 on the calendar is a warrant from the Goodyear City Court, where you have a pending case. You've been charged driving on a suspended license, a class 1 misdemeanor, criminal speeding, a class 3 misdemeanor, and they've added 1 count of the crime of failing to appear in a misdemeanor case, which is itself a class 2 misdemeanor. Your arraignment hearing in the Goodyear City Court is going to be August 19th at 1 in the afternoon. That is 3 weeks from now. August 19th, is it? No, 2 weeks. Sorry. August 19th at 1 in the afternoon. Did I just give you that as the other one? Hold on. I did. Okay. I just need to tell you a hint about court dates, okay? So August 19th at 1 in the afternoon for Goodyear. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance in that case as well. Go to court. Your lawyer in the felony case is going to be very unhappy with you if you pick up a misdemeanor warrant while all of this is going on. But I'm not giving you a lawyer in the city case because I'm releasing you. We don't normally in that type of case. When you are released, you always have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense for the misdemeanor case. But I did appoint a lawyer for you in the felony case. Now, going back to the court dates, you need to plan to be in Superior Court all day on the 19th. That's your first court date for the felony case. So when you get out of custody, I'm not able to move your Goodyear court date. We're locked into the dates they give us. But you need to get on the phone to Goodyear and get your court date moved. You can prove to them if they want to see it. You'll have paperwork for both cases. Just say, I have a Superior Court case the very same day. And those do take all day. Even though Goodyear is in the afternoon, there's zero guarantee you could make that. So you've been warned. If you pick up a warrant in Goodyear, like I said, your lawyer, at least in the felony case, would be very unhappy with you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So go to court, comply with those release conditions too, okay? All right, if you step to your left, you get your paperwork for both. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Mr. Henderson Palomino, and then Samantha Young, will you go to the chair, please? All right, Mr. Henderson Palomino, can I have your full name and date of birth?
Jaquan Henderson Marquise Dejan Palomino.
Okay, let's start with first name Jaquan.
Jaquan
What's your last name?
Henderson.
I have Henderson hyphen Palomino. Is that
Yeah,
right?
I don't know why they have it like that.
You're saying
yeah.
Your name is just Henderson.
Yeah.
Do you have a driver's license?
Palomino is my middle name. Marquise is my middle name, and Dejan is also my middle name.
Okay. Well, I don't know how that happened, but okay. And let me see what I see. I don't know why I see on the criminal history, it looks like you're, all right. Okay, I will reprint for this one, please. Let's make sure we're done, but, okay. Oh, and it reverted. Okay, hold on a second. All righty. Okay, sir. Mr. Henderson. And you said April 5 of 2000?
Yeah,
okay,
great. 2000.
You're here on a new case. You were arrested for theft of a means of transportation alleged as a Class 3 felony and unlawful use of a means of transportation alleged as a Class 5 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. I'm giving you 2 court dates. The first one's a status conference on Wednesday, August 19th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. The address is on your paperwork. Preliminary hearing, August 21st at 8:30 in the same court. You don't have much criminal history. I am going to release you on your own recognizance. These are probation eligible offenses. I'm ordering you not to have any contact with the alleged victim. And based on what I read, it's entirely possible she may try to contact you, but you are not allowed to respond. Just do not respond.
Okay.
Talk to a lawyer at your next court date about all of that. Don't go to the scene of the alleged crime. That would generally be her house or her business, wherever you may have rented the car from originally. Everything else is on your paperwork. My main concern is you stay away from the alleged victim and show up for court. Will you do both of those things?
Okay, for sure.
All right. Okay. And I always try to say people who don't have much criminal history, and I just released them on what a Class 3 felony is not insignificant. So I just want you to not think it's a slap on the wrist. You still are being accused of felonies. Do not miss court. I see you have maybe some kind of larceny. I don't know if that's a warrant thing out of another court. What hold? Does you have a city hold, officer? What do you see?
Tempe hold.
So you have some Tempe hold. I don't know if that's failure to appear or not. I just at least try to have a word with people who don't have a lot of criminal history, which is, this is very serious. It's not trivial. Don't miss court dates. You will pick up a warrant. You will end up with a bond.
Okay.
So just because I'm releasing you, that's a function of you not really having any criminal history. Don't think that this is a slap on the wrist. Yay. You know, you have a serious situation. You need to take the case seriously, okay? All right, if you take your paperwork, you'll be all done.
All
right,
thank you.
All right, Ms. Young, Samantha Young. And then Joey Rotan, will you please go to the chair? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
Samantha Marie Young, December 8th of 95.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a Superior Court arrest warrant. And that's because you got charged in a criminal complaint with an older offense. The charges are possession of narcotic drug is a class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia a class 6 felony, and these are alleged to have occurred back on May 11th of 2025. It was somewhere in Mesa. The Mesa Police Department was the originating agency. If that doesn't ring any bells, you will get a copy of the charges and police reports from your lawyer, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be in the downtown Superior Court. The address is on your paperwork. 2 court dates I'm setting there. First one is a status conference, August 19th at 8:30 in the morning. Preliminary hearing, August 21st at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
And in this case, you have not missed any court dates that you knew about. The court tried to send you a summons. We didn't have a working address, so it came back to us. But we don't hold that against you. We just treat the case as brand new.
Okay. I can update the address if I'm allowed.
Unfortunately, our system no longer talks to the system downtown. We are on an older system, so I always tell people in your situation, excuse me, be sure when you get downtown to file, there's a change of address piece of paper. I think you can ask them for it at the desk when you check in. If not, please do talk to your lawyer about it and make sure that your address is correctly updated, because just because we change it here, it goes nowhere from here. So be sure and get that changed.
Okay.
I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. I just need you to promise to come to court and comply with conditions. Will
Yes,
you do that?
ma'am.
All right, then you are released. If you step to your left, I'll give you paperwork.
Thank you.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Mr. Rotan, and then Paul Warren, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and date of birth?
My name's Joey Preston Rotan. It's 12/24/1976.
Okay, thank you. You're here on a new justice court case. This is going to go out of the Encanto Justice Court. You've been accused of driving on a suspended license. It is a class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you because we don't generally in this type of case, but you do have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or to just go represent yourself.
That's fine.
Your next court date is going to be in the Encanto Justice Court. The address is on your paperwork. It'll be an arraignment hearing August 20th, which is about 2 weeks from now. August 20th, 1:30 in the afternoon. All that's on your paperwork.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
going to release you on your own recognizance.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, they suggest it's not your first rodeo with this, but this is a brand new case. I'm willing to give you a chance to go to court fair and square. Miss a court date, that's when we're looking at a bond for this.
Understood.
So just go talk to them. Will you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you are released. Please step to your left, take your
Sure.
paperwork. Mr. Ward. And then Mr. Henley, Mingo Henley, if you go to the chair, you'll be next or last. Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Paul Aaron Warren, January 17th, 1978.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. You're here on a warrant from, no, I'm sorry, it's a new case. It's going to go to the El Centro Justice Court, which is downtown. Okay, you've been accused of third-degree criminal trespass. It's a class 3 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it. I'm not appointing a lawyer for you, though, because I am releasing you, and we don't normally in this type of case. You always have the right to represent yourself or hire a lawyer if you can afford one. Your court date is going to be in the El Centro Justice Court. It's an arraignment hearing on August 20th at 9:30 in the morning. That is 2 weeks from Thursday, August 20th. The address and the date will be on your paperwork. Just don't lose your paperwork, okay? The court is right downtown at 6th Avenue in Jackson. It'll be on your paperwork. If I release you, will you go to court and stay away from this location where you were arrested?
Yes, sir.
All right, then you are released. If you step to your left, get your paperwork. Good luck, sir. Mr. Henley. We use the giant blue tab because nobody can, I'm going to write it right here. FOG. All right. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Mingo Henley, 2/22/98.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Henley, I'm going to double check my email because I did message the sheriff's office extradition desk about your case after I saw that you'd been through here before for it. I just wanted to see if they did actually answer me. Hold on a second. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay. All righty. All right, I'm going to tell you about that in a second, and I'm going to need to alter my note on this paperwork. Okay. All right, sir, you are here. Make sure it does look like a different warrant. On a warrant from New York, May 20th. Oh, that makes sense. That. All right. So, because I saw that you had waived extradition in the same case or a similar case back in March, and it said that New York did pick you up. That's the note I got back from the sheriff. I was thinking it was the same warrant. No, this is a new FTA warrant out of New York. The date it was issued is May 20th of 2026. Again, for bail jumping. Okay. All right then. There are 2 warrants for you. Well, that's interesting. We only got you page 2 on 1. Hold on 1 second. Come on. Okay. Oh. And here's the bail jumping. Okay. Well, shoot. Okay. Because I think you're going to end up brought back here. Okay, you know what I want to do? I'm going to try to call this person. Why don't you go have a seat? Because they're saying, and I see, they have 2 warrants for you. I'd rather just see you on both at the same time.
Yeah.
But there's some paperwork issues because the way that this went through was not the best. So give me a second because I'm going to try to just see you once, okay? Will you, let's just take a quick recess to just go off the record. I need to call the extradition desk. Can you mute me also, please? Sir, go ahead. Yeah, I think so. That's why I couldn't hear me. Okay, let's go back on the record. Here we go. Okay, right here, Mr. Henley. Okay, and Mr. Henley, let me update you. And I apologize, I've lost track. I think you did give me your name and date of birth, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I had been under the impression, just because I missed the difference in the court dates, that this was the same warrant that you had waived extradition for in March, but it's not. That this warrant was apparently dated May 20th of this year, and that MCSO Fugitive Desk, they're trying to reach out to the people in New York right now. If they can get through to somebody who has useful information, they're going to call me back in a second, and I will take a break to take that call. But this is a subsequent warrant. They're trying to determine whether it's post-conviction. You don't have to tell me. If it is post-conviction, then you wouldn't be eligible for bail no matter what you decide on the extradition. If it is not post-conviction, if you haven't yet been convicted, then you would be eligible for bail under Arizona law. And so I'll make a decision on that in a moment. I just want to make sure that you understand your extradition rights, that I go over the basics. So I'm going to go over some basics and see if they call me here. But otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and go forward. All right. So you are here. What we've been notified of. This is now very confusing. So there's a department at MCSO that is, their task is to arrest people in custody, arrest in quotes, I guess, on warrants from other states. And that department only gave us the warrant for bail jumping. It's a bail jumping charge out of, looks like maybe Queens County, New York. Now the extradition unit, which is MCSO, they just emailed me. They said they have 2 bench warrants for you from the New York Supreme Criminal Court. And I see the one for bail jumping in the 2nd degree, issued May 20th. And there's a second one issued May 20th. And the charges listed on that one are grand larceny in the 3rd degree, computer trespass to commit felony, and computer tampering in the 3rd degree with a felony purpose. And they're attempting to confirm they believe New York wants to extradite you on both of those. Is she calling you? Let me see if that's in. Hold on.
Okay, but you're sending to her email?
Okay, so it sounds like they're saying not post conviction. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they are both not post, they're pre-conviction. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. All right. So we just got word back. I guess MCSO got through to somebody in New York, because it's later there, obviously, who said, no, these are not post-conviction, which means under Arizona law, you would be entitled to bail in these. But right now you are only on my calendar for the bail jumping, but give me a second. If you back up on, do you have any issues reading a new one, or how long does that take? Can we split it?
For them to,
Us, correct? We have the paperwork, so what do we need to do?
it has to go through,
Page.
yeah.
Okay. Right. So this is just basically a paperwork bureaucracy. So right now you are only properly in front of me on the bail jumping case. The paperwork was not properly done for the grand larceny case. So you have extradition rights. I'm only going to do the bail jumping case. I just talked to the people at MCSO, and whether they serve you with the grand larceny warrant and bring you back here later, which could even be tomorrow, depends on whether you waive. So basically, they said if you end up waiving today, which is just a right that you have or an opportunity that you have, if you choose to take that opportunity, then they're not going to bother to page to you or rearrest you or arrest you for the grand larceny case, because then New York is on the clock anyway. It doesn't matter. But if you decide not to waive your rights, then they said they will put through the request to have you properly served with the grand larceny warrant and brought back in front of a judge here, but that's not something I can accomplish right now. I'm sorry. I know the inter-jail transport is very, very unpleasant.
Right.
So we're just here on the bail jumping charge in the second degree. Again, the New York Supreme Criminal Court. And we listed that as Queens on our IA detail. Don't you think that should be New York? Oh, thank you. All right, City and County of New York. Okay. All right, sir. So you have extradition rights here in Arizona. I know you've heard them before. One of my obligations is just to give you those rights. I'm going to give them to you in a quick nutshell. The first one is to have an extradition hearing within 90 days after today's date. Your second right is to have a governor's warrant signed by the governors of each state before you can be taken back to New York without your agreement. So that's what we call the governor's warrants. You have the right that those be issued and presented to the Arizona court. That is part of the 90 days to put on the extradition proceeding. The third right is the right to hire a lawyer. That's one that you always have. At any time, you have the right to hire a lawyer to represent you in the extradition case. We do not appoint them as a matter of right because extradition is a civil court proceeding, even when it's for a criminal warrant. You don't have a constitutional right to a lawyer in a civil case. You just have the right to hire one. You do have a constitutional right to a lawyer in the criminal case that is happening in New York, just not in the extradition case that's happening in Arizona. Your fourth right is the right to bail under Arizona law, because it looks like, I think New York may have issued this as a no bond warrant, but in Arizona, you're entitled to bail in cases like this pretty much unless you've already been convicted. That's probation or parole. We just confirmed you have not been convicted in this case, this bail jumping case. So that means you're entitled to bond. So I think to make an informed decision on what you want to do, you have to know what bond I'm inclined to set. That would be $25,000 cash only. That's in the extradition case for bail jumping. You could post that bail. You'd be out of custody in Arizona while the extradition proceeding is happening. You do not have permission to travel out of state unless the extradition judge gives it to you. We don't give that permission out of this court. You have to go get that from the Arizona extradition judge. So you stay in state. If you miss any Arizona court dates for the extradition case, we will keep your bail money and we will issue an Arizona warrant right on top of the existing New York warrant. Because that New York warrant is going to stay live and active in the system until it's resolved, until the extradition is resolved, because New York, getting arrested on a warrant in a different state does not quash the warrant in New York.
Right.
So only New York can quash their own warrant. So it's $25,000 cash is what I am inclined to set. Now, that's the 90-day path. You can sidestep the whole thing and agree to go back. We call that waiving extradition. You know, you did that once in March. If you waive extradition, you give up the right to the extradition hearing. You give up the right to the governor's warrants. You still have a right to hire a lawyer because everybody always does, but you also give up the right to bond. I will hold you no bond, as I think happened to you before. I'll hold you no bond if you waive extradition, and that no bond status stays until the conclusion of any local criminal cases. And I know you have at least one. You've got this felony case. And so New York's clock, because once you waive, the other state gets a 30-day clock to come and get you. It's 30 calendar days. It can't be extended, except it doesn't even start until you're done with any local cases. So done means convicted, acquitted, or the case gets dismissed. So once you're done with that case, if you waive today, then New York would be notified that you're ready to return. Once that case is over, they'll have 30 calendar days to come and get you. But you stay no bond from the moment that you waive. So do you have any questions for me about that?
Not necessarily about the waiving, but I have a question about the Glendale warrant. Do you see that as well? Is
Is it a city warrant? Yeah, I probably do. Let's see. Let me see.
I guess I have a question. Am I going to be sent to Glendale, or is that just
I don't see the Glendale. So what I see is you have a Texas warrant for assault that may be non-extraditable. I don't know. And I see the New York ones. Do they have Glendale City hold?
My lawyer said that I did.
Oh.
Yeah, he has a $500 bond from Glendale City.
Okay. So, right, you would have to be clear of the Glendale case as well, because it's a criminal case. And so that could hold you as well in there, and New York's 30-day clock won't start until you're done with the Glendale case.
So when I finish my felony case here, then will I be sent to like Glendale, or?
It depends on the outcome of your felony case here. if you're convicted,
I have just for transfer, I have a plea deal that I'm signing tomorrow for probation, so sentencing will probably be done first week of September.
so at the moment at which your release conditions change in the other case, that might be tomorrow, that might be at sentencing. Because, right, I don't know what your release conditions are, but I know you have a bond in the other case.
Yeah.
So if the judge tomorrow changes your release conditions and releases you, then yes, Glendale would have 24 hours to come and get you and take you to a Glendale judge. If they don't release you, they may keep the bond on you until your sentencing. I don't know. Then no, they wouldn't let Glendale have you. But then once you were sentenced in the other case, then assuming the probation plea is accepted and there's no jail time at the moment that you're allowed to be released, that's when Glendale would be notified and they'd have 24 hours to come and get you and put you in front of the Glendale judge. Or if you had $500, you could bond out from under it.
Right. Now, when I go see the Glendale judge and I don't want to pay the bond because obviously I have an extradition hold, they'll bring me back here.
Yeah, because sheriffs, if you had waived, this sheriff's office, you still got a no bond hold. So
Right.
I don't know at that point if they would, I don't know how they, I'm sorry that I don't know functionally at what point, say the only thing keeping you in Arizona was the Glendale hold.
Right.
But you had waived in New York and you're being held no bond. It's my belief the MCSO extraditions people would be talking to the Glendale jail, but I don't know that for a fact. And if that answer matters to you, then I would recommend that you don't waive because I can't give you a good answer. But if you go to extradition court, your next court date would be, if I set the bond, your next court date would be August 17th. So it's about 2 weeks from now, but you can probably get better information. I know there's a longtime public defender who works that court. She's not individually assigned to your case unless the extradition judge assigns her in her discretion. I don't have discretion to appoint that person in your individual case, but she can give legal advice. That's why she's there, because our county has the resources for that. And she's been working that court for more than a decade. And I know she knows a ton about extradition and is likely to have a good answer. Also, our extradition judge may know. There's an extradition prosecutor who's been there 10 plus years. She may know, but I don't have a good answer for you on that. I'm sorry. So if that answer matters to you, then I would say don't waive, because I can't tell you what's going to happen.
I'm okay with waiving.
All right. So you're saying you want to give up the rights and sign the waiver paperwork.
Yes.
Okay. Now I do have to ask you some questions. I know you've done it before, but first I have to make a record that you understand the rights you have, and then at the end I'll ask if you want to give them up. Okay. So first. You have to read that extradition paperwork every time because that's what you're signing. So we gave you a laminated card at the beginning. That's the extradition paperwork. Did you read it?
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that you do not have to sign the waiver paperwork?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing on this warrant here in Arizona?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you in the extradition case?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to insist that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are taken back to New York?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have the right to bail if you don't waive?
Yes.
And do you understand that if you do waive, you will be held without bond until New York has had 30 calendar days to come and get you?
Yes.
And do you understand that New York's 30 calendar days won't begin until you're done with any local criminal charges or holds?
Yes.
All right. Understanding all those rights, do you want to give them up and sign the waiver paperwork?
Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign this paperwork?
No.
And have you had any drugs, alcohol, medication within the last 24 hours?
No.
All right. Then I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver paperwork. I will also sign it, and my orders will direct our sheriff's office to notify New York that you're ready to return. New York will have 30 calendar days starting after the conclusion of any Arizona charges or holds to come and get you. If they don't come and get you, you do get released. But remember, the warrant does stay active in the national system. And if you don't do something about it in New York, you can be rearrested on the very same warrant. All right. Any questions for me before we finish?
No.
All right. Then you're going to need to sign on the pad. My clerk will tell you when to do it. I don't know if we were signing right there back when you did it. So she'll go ahead. And you have to sign twice. You will get a copy of what you're signing. It is the extradition waiver. Okay. I'm going to do this. Whoops. Shoot. Because I promised I would. Okay. All right. And I let them know in extraditions. And so according to what their plan was when I talked to them, they don't plan to page two you. Of course, that's not a constitutional guarantee,
Right.
but if you're lucky, they won't page two you and drag you back here.
Even if they did, I do have court tomorrow, so would they allow me to go to court first, or would that?
Gosh, I don't
page two
know.
interfere?
Then I don't know how they arm wrestle with who gets to take you, but my guess is they take you downtown. Is that I believe generally what happens is they tell us you're not available for transport.
Okay.
So keep fingers crossed that this is good enough for now. Alrighty, any other questions?
It's not really relevant, but, do I have to stay here in processing, or can I go back do I go back to Fourth Ave?
They're
right
gonna
now?
send you back to Fourth Ave,
Okay.
right, officer? Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. All right,
Thank
all
you.
right, thank you, sir. All right, we're gonna stand in recess then until 5 PM this afternoon.
You be seated. I think so. She's in a conference room. Why? Oh, is she on Teams or something? Well, it's about to be. Yeah. If she's on and she's training, she'll figure it out. She'll figure out why. Are we ready? Okay. All right, this is the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 4th, 2026. Court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Victims' rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. I am Commissioner Aragon, your initial appearance judge. This is your initial appearance hearing. The court will decide whether you are to be held or released. If you are released, I will advise you of your conditions of release. I will not go over every detail of your release. All of the conditions of your release will be in writing in your paperwork that you will receive at the end of your hearing. I will advise you of why you were arrested. I will not be deciding whether you are guilty or not guilty of those charges. You have the right to remain silent. We are recording everything in this hearing. So please do not discuss the facts of your case because it may be used against you in the future. I only need to find probable cause of your charges in this hearing. If I do not find probable cause in any or all of those charges, that does not mean that those charges are dropped or will not be filed in the future. In deciding your release, I will be considering the charges that you were brought in for today, your past criminal history, and your history of showing up at court. I will also be providing you a public defender if you qualify. I will provide you with your next court dates. When I call your name, please go to the podium. I will also call the person who's appearing next to have a seat outside the door. Raidel Gonzalez to the podium, please. And Michael West, you're on deck. All right. Do we have the interpreter on the line?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jose Garcia, CITS, Spanish interpreter.
Okay, sir. The defendant is here in court and he has the headphones on. Can you ask him to state his name and date of birth?
Sí, mi nombre es Raidel Valdez González. Mi fecha de nacimiento es 03-18 de 1985.
Yes, my name is Raidel Valdez Gonzalez. My date of birth is 3/18/85.
Okay, sir, you are here on three matters. You are here on a new case, a municipal court warrant, and a probation violation warrant. On your new case, you are here on 6 different counts. 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony. 1 count of a resisting arrest with physical injury, a Class 6 felony. 1 count of leaving an accident, a Class 1 misdemeanor. 2 counts of criminal trespassing, Class 1 misdemeanor, and reckless driving, Class 2 misdemeanor. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 13th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. Your bond in that matter is $7,500. On your municipal court warrant, that is out of the town of Wickenburg and related to a failure to appear, a reckless driving charge, and exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour. This is a municipal court matter, so I cannot provide you counsel, but when you're there at the hearing, you may request counsel at that time. Your bond in that matter is $550. And finally, you are here on a probation violation warrant. That's going to be related on your new charges. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a disposition hearing on August 11th as well at the same time. I'm putting a placeholder bond in the amount of $50, so you get credit while you are here. If you are released at any subsequent hearing or in the future, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand? Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Okay, Mr. Interpreter, I think that's all we have for you today. Thank you.
Always a pleasure, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day, you and your staff.
You too. You too. Michael West to the podium, please. All right, Mr. West, can you state your name and date of birth?
Michael David Coxon West, 5/16/1978.
Mr. West, you are here on a new case. 1 count of burglary in the 2nd degree, a Class 3 felony. 1 count of computer tampering, Class 4 felony. Criminal trespassing, a Class 1 misdemeanor. And harassment by communication, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Fighting you with the public defender, you have a status conference on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning, an evidentiary hearing on August 11th at 1:30 in the afternoon, and a preliminary hearing on August 13th at 8:30 in the morning. Since you are on felony release in another matter, you are not bailable. If you do become bailable at any future hearing, you are not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You are not to have any contact with any alleged victims. You're not to initiate contact with any witnesses or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
May I have an opportunity? I understand. May I have an opportunity to speak?
What are you going to ask me, or what do you have to say?
This incident
If it's about this incident, I don't want to hear it because I'm not going to have any effect on it. It's not going to change. It's not going to change the fact that you're on felony release. So if it has anything to do about the facts of what happened, then you're better off not saying anything.
May I still speak on the facts of the case for future court purposes?
I'm advising you not to, because anything you say can be used against you. Anything you tell me is not going to change the fact that you're non-bondable, and that's what I'm here to decide. I'm only here to decide whether you are bondable or you're able to be released.
I believe if I'm able to explain to you what happened, that you will reverse the...
I know what happened, and I can't reverse the fact that you're on felony release. I can't. So,
but if I don't have an opportunity to voice what happened, how could you make a full decision?
Because I have the narratives from the police officers that arrested you, and and for the purposes of this hearing, I only have to find probable cause, and I also have the victim's statement. So those are the things that I consider, because I'm not going to decide whether you're guilty, or I'm not going to decide whether you had good intentions or anything like that. It's just not going to matter.
But if I'm not being released, I believe I should be released based on the facts of the case and the statements, and based on the fact that I've been in constant contact with the Chandler Police Department, the Mesa Police Department, and the Gilbert Police Department.
All right, you're not being released because you're on felony release for another case. That's why you're not being released.
But I am innocent until proven guilty, sir.
But you're on felony release in another case.
I understand that. But I am innocent until proven guilty, and I have not done anything illegal. And I'd like to speak that to you today before I leave.
In your other case, you had conditions that you agreed to,
and
on those cases. And in this matter, I'm finding probable cause that you violated those conditions.
I have upheld the agreement of which I have done, and you're not allowing me the opportunity to explain.
You're right. I'm not, because I don't want you to say anything, because it's not going to affect anything, and I don't want you to say anything that's going to hurt your future.
I can guarantee you what I'm about to say is nothing going to hurt my future case. It's only going to help.
Well, I'm not going to hear it. I'm sorry. I'm doing this for your own good. So you need to step to your left and gather your paperwork. Quintono Harde, to the podium, please. All right, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Quintono Harde.
And your date of birth?
2/12/93.
All right, sir, you are here on a probation violation warrant. I'm providing you with a public defender, a probation revocation hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning, and a possible disposition hearing at that same time. You're on a probation violation hold from your probation officer, so you're not going to be released, at least not until those hearings. If you are released at the time of those hearings or at a future date, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and since you're on probation, you need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Understood, yeah.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paper.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Guerrero, to the podium, please. And Jesus Herrera, you're on deck.
Good evening, yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Guerrero. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Paul Emerson Guerrero, 7/20/84.
Okay, sir, you are here on a Superior Court arrest warrant related to an ag DUI. I'm providing you with public defender. You have a status conference on August 10th, 8:30 in the morning, and a preliminary hearing on August 13th at 8:30 in the morning. As you know, you are on a DOC hold, so you won't be released. And there's also an order to secure your attendance. So, what I understand, people in custody, they're trying to get people in custody to take care of these matters before they're released. So when they're released, they don't get rearrested right away and take it in. So, if you are released at any future hearing or eventually out of custody, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. Not to possess any weapons, or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Possess or consume any alcohol, drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, you may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork.
I have a bond, correct?
No, and the reason is there was a bond amount, but there's also a subsequent order to secure your attendance. So the order to secure your attendance at this hearing overrides that bond amount.
So there's no more bond now.
Well, it's on the warrant, but there's two things here. There is that warrant, and that warrant has a bond on it.
Right.
But in that case, there was a later order to secure your attendance at court, and that overrides that warrant.
All
You
right.
understand?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jesus Herrera, to the podium, please. All right, Mr. Herrera, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Jesus Herrera, November 14, 2002.
All right, sir, you are here on a Pinal County warrant related to a disorderly conduct. I cannot provide you with counsel because that's in Pinal County, but when you get to your hearing,
Related to this, that's the new charge?
that's what's on the warrant. I don't know if it's a new charge or not.
Okay.
So when you get to your hearing date, and that's going to be on August 7th at 8:30 in the morning at Pinal County Superior Court, you can request a public defender at that time. It's a non-bondable warrant, so you're not going to be released until then.
I'm gonna get transferred, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
If you are released in the future or at this hearing, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers, not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, not to drive a motor vehicle without a, valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Please take a step to your left and get.
I have one more question.
Sure.
Am I gonna, I'm gonna be here till the 7th, or?
You'll be here until they transfer you, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Prince Son, to the podium, please. Son, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Prince Son, 12/29/05.
All right, sir, you're here on a new Superior Court case related to 2 counts of aggravated assault, classified felony. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a preliminary hearing at Superior Court. Your bond in this matter is set at $15,000.
50?
15.
15, okay.
If you do make bond and are released, you're not to come within 1,000 yards of the victim's residence or the apartment complex, not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're allowed 1 civil standby. You're not to reside at the same location as any alleged victim, not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Please take a step to your left and gather your paper.
I have one question.
Sure.
You said my bond is $15,000?
Yes.
Okay. What? You don't do the process. I was just
Yeah. Are you talking about if you contact a bondsman?
like be released or something? Like,
Yeah, you can contact a bondsman and they'll
no,
walk you through it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yanexi Perez to the podium, and Christopher Posey, you're on deck. All right, sir, can you state your name and date of birth?
next week, Press, March 28, 2003.
All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant, and that's going to be, okay, so I'm providing you with the public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a disposition hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court as well. Your bond in this matter has been set at $5,000. If you do make bond and are released, that will come with electronic monitoring. You'll have a monitor put on you before you are released. If you are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to reside at the same location as any victim. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. And you cannot have any contact with the victim. Do you understand? Okay. That means if she calls you, you hang up. She says, come over, you don't go over. Because if you violate that order again, you're not going to get a bond. You're just going to be held. All right. Okay. Please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Christopher Posey to the podium.
Christopher Posey, 10/16/1996.
Okay, Mr. Posey, you are here on a new case, a Superior Court bench warrant, and 2 municipal court warrants. I'm going to go over your new case first. That's related to 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, Class 1 misdemeanor, and failure to obey a police officer, Class 1 misdemeanor. Providing you with a public defender. You have an arraignment hearing on August 6th at 9 a.m. Your bond in that matter is set at $2,500. On the Superior Court failure to appear warrant, that is related to a drug possession charge and another drug paraphernalia charge. Again, I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 13th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. Your bond in that matter is $250. You've got 2 municipal court warrants. Let's see. They're both going to be out of Peoria. And they're both going to have the same date. And that's going to be August 6th. You have an arraignment hearing in Peoria Municipal Court for both of those matters. In those matters, I cannot provide you with public defender because it's a municipal court case. But when you get there, you can request a public defender. Your bond in the first municipal court warrant is $500. And in the second warrant out of Peoria, it's also $500. If you do make bond on all these matters, you still have to attend all those court dates. Or if you're returned or released from custody in the future, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not possess or consume any alcohol. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir? Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Nathan Sapien to the podium, and Jeffrey Forgeron, you're on deck. All right, Mr. Sapien, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Nathan Sapien, 5989.
All right, sir, you're here on 2 probation violation warrants. And your dates will be the same on both. Okay. So you have probation revocation for both of those warrants on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, with possible disposition hearing at that same time. Your bond in the first warrant is $150. Your bond in the second warrant is $250. So it's a total of $400. If you do make bond in our release before those court dates, you still have to go to those court dates, okay? You cannot return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yeah, I have a question. What was the violation for?
Well, you violated terms 4 and 5 of the first warrant of your probation terms. Where are you? And 3, 4, 5, and 15 of your probation violation terms. You've violated those as well. Those are all according to your probation officer. Do you want specifics?
Yeah, I don't know them.
Okay, all right. Stand by. All right, so Okay, so the first warrant, let me make sure that I got you. Okay, so this is what your probation officer has said and why he's violated you, okay? For the first warrant, it's number 3. You didn't report as directed on May 12th, 2026. You refused to actively participate, correct, and cooperate in a substance abuse treatment. You did not reside in a residence approved by probation, and you didn't complete a substance abuse treatment. That's for the first warrant. And on the second warrant, again, it's you, let's see, you refuse to actively participate and cooperate in a substance abuse treatment counseling program. And you didn't complete the treatment. So those are the reasons. All right.
But I did.
Well, this is not what they have, and this is why they've violated you. So if you think you have, that's something you need to take up with your probation officer. Okay. Take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Jeffrey Forgeron, to the podium, please. And Philip Pope, you're on deck. All right, sir. Can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Yes, it's Jeffrey Forgeron, December 29th, 1987.
All right, so you're here on 2 matters. You're here on a probation violation warrant and a municipal court warrant. So we're going to do the municipal court warrant first. That is related to false reporting to law enforcement. That is going to be out of Goodyear Municipal Court. I can't provide you with a public defender there because municipal court, you can request one when you get to that hearing. That hearing is going to be on August 12th at 8:30 in the morning, and the bond in that matter is $250. On the probation violation warrant, that is related to a possession of narcotic drugs charge and violation of your probation terms numbers 3 and 4. Your bond in that matter is $250. I can provide you and am providing you with a public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning. If you do make bond in our release, you still have to attend those hearings, and you are not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers, not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. Must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork.
Can I ask you is there any way you could reduce the bond in the probation violation as to the fact that I was trying to be in compliance? Like I showed up to my probation appointment today, thinking I was squaring things away with them, and then I was arrested. So it should show that I have the ability and willingness to be compliant with them, and I was trying to. Like I said, once again, I was arrested at the probation office.
Well, here's the problem I have, is that it's your second case actually your first case, the part where you got arrested by Goodyear PD and you weren't very compliant with them. So that's my problem with that. Okay, but let me look.
Well, I did call Goodyear and I told him, is there any way we could have telephonic court? Just because it is very extremely hard for me to get to Goodyear. It's an 1.5-hour drive, and they told me that there's nothing that they could do. So I did try to get that resolved, but it was something that I just needed to get to Goodyear, and I don't have the ability to get there at that point in time.
Well, that poses another problem. If I release you, how are you going to get to Goodyear?
I'll take a bus.
Well, and what my next question is going to be.
Why didn't I take a bus before?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, because I thought I was under the impression that we would be able to resolve it telephonically, but I was wrong, and that's on my end. I should have never assumed that it would be able to be resolved telephonically. But now that I know, I would take a bus. It's just that I can't really stand to lose my job right now, and I just got it. And if I lose my job, we'll lose my place to stay. And it's a series of unfortunate events that could transpire. And I'm asking for leniency in the case, and the fact that I was trying to do right, and it should reflect in my actions. Like
Okay, well, I'm not gonna change the bond amounts, and I'll tell you why, because I want you to understand. So I'm looking at and this is from your probation officer, so I'm going by what he said. And if you disagree with that, that's a conversation you need to have with them. Said, it should be noted that when Jeffrey was booked into ITR, which is here, he was found to have a small bag of white powdered substance in his left sock that he attempted to hide by shuffling. So it doesn't appear that you're making good decisions right now, okay? So I'm not going to change the bond amounts. They're still going to stay the same. And, you know, one of the purposes of this hearing is to ensure that you get to your next hearings, and you've got a few of them.
most definitely, I understand exactly what you're saying, sir. I do.
Okay.
And
All right.
I get where you're coming from. Is there any way we could put me on pretrial services or something as to, like, I'm willing to do anything. I really don't want to lose my job or my place to live. Like, I finally have got stuff going in the right direction, and
Well, you say that, but then you've got probably drugs on your possession when you're coming in. Doesn't sound like you're going in the right direction.
I understand that, sir. I would just, I throw myself at the leniency of the court.
I understand.
To just please try to be understanding in this one case, if there is one case, and just allow me to be a success for you guys. Like, it's not easy to get into a apartment, you know, and I was able to come up with the money for the apartment, and I just got my job, and
Where are you working?
I'm working for a place called Jack of All Trades. It's a home restoration company, so I remodel homes.
How many hours are you working?
I work as many as they allow me to work. Right now I'm working from Monday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to about 5 to 6 p.m. in the evening. My fiance isn't working, so I'm the main breadwinner, you know, so I am working as much as I possibly can, and that's to get all of my everything in affairs, just not the house, but to get in.
What's your fiance do?
She right now is looking for work, but she was a insurance adjuster, and she's having a hard time finding employment right now.
Does she have a criminal history?
No, she's never been in.
And you guys live together?
Yes, we do.
I'm going to release you on pretrial services with the monitor.
Thank you,
You
sir.
better go to these hearings.
Sir, I promise you I will go. Thank you.
If you do not, and I know I'm doing this against my better judgment, because I know what your criminal history is. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But if I ever see you again here, don't even try it.
No, sir. You'll never. I want to give you my word. Like, thank you. I truly, like, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for giving me the chance. And I assure you, you will not see me in here again. It will not be an issue. I will contact probation the second I get out, and I will freaking walk to Goodyear if I have to. I appreciate the opportunity. I truly, truly do. And thank you for showing me some humanity. Seriously, I appreciate it.
Okay, and it's going to take time before they get you on this monitor. It's probably too late to do it today. So they're going to determine your curfew. All right. So that's 18. And let me do 26. And you better not, because you know what? If you don't comply, I'm going to hear it from your probation officer, and I'm not going to enjoy that conversation.
Oh yeah, and I know if I don't comply and I come back here, that you're going to remember me, and it's not going to be pleasant for me.
You.
I just, once again, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Like, you're giving me and my family the opportunity to, you know, do right by the courts, and I appreciate it, and I will not let you down. or myself or my family. I just want you to understand there's a bigger picture here, and thank you for seeing it. I truly appreciate it.
Okay, all right. Okay, we're good on number 20 now. Or it just changed to 14. It's 18 and 14. Did you see it change? It just changed. So it's 18 and 14. It says 14 right here. Look, 14. Okay, it's 26 here. I just refreshed. All right, have a conversation with your girlfriend, fiance. You know, the better off you guys are getting jobs and getting some money, the less stress it's going to be.
Absolutely, 100%.
And go to a treatment program.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. I truly appreciate it, and you will not see me in here again. Thank you for that chance. Okay.
You're welcome. Take
Thank
a step to your left, and the deputies will get your paperwork for you. Philip Pope to the podium, please. Pope, can you state your name, date of birth, please?
Philip Pope, January 23rd, 1985.
Right, sir, you are here on a new Superior Court case related to narcotics, drugs possession, class 4 felony. Providing you with a public defender. You have a status conference on August 19th at 8:30 in the morning and a preliminary hearing on August 21st at 8:30 in the morning. You really don't have a lot of criminal history. So I don't know what's going on in your life. I hope this is just a mistake.
Yeah.
If I release you, will you promise to attend those hearings?
Yes.
All right, well then I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. When you are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. You understand, sir?
Yes.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Sean Carter to the podium, please. It's going to take a while. Ms. Carter, can you state your name, date of birth, please?
Deshaun Carter, April 30th, 1987.
All right, ma'am, you are here on a fugitive of justice warrant. It looks like it's out of Tennessee. This is a pretty technical type of thing, okay? So I have to read the script, so pay attention, okay? May I have you've already given me your name and date of birth. A warrant for your arrest has been issued by the state of Tennessee. That state wants you back on this warrant. Before court, you were given you were given some paperwork on a laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of Tennessee. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are sent back to the state of Tennessee. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in this Maricopa County jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow the state of Tennessee to come for you. That 30 days would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you here in Arizona. And I don't see that you do. I don't know if you do or not.
No, I don't.
If you do and I don't see them,
No, I don't.
time will not start until after that. Okay. If you do have criminal charges pending against you in Arizona, that 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. If you do choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your first hearing date for August 17th, 1:30 in the afternoon at Superior Court in Phoenix. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense if you choose. You are entitled to bail which in this case would be $100,000 cash. If you are unable to post your bail, you would be held in custody during that time or until another judge modifies your bail. A governor's warrant is required to be signed by both governors of both states sorry about that. A governor's warrant signed by the governors of both states is required to extradite you to Tennessee. That process could take up to 90 days. Do you wish to waive extradition or keep your rights and have an extradition hearing in Arizona?
I'm trying to get back to Tennessee so I can get this over with because I'm so innocent. Like,
all right. So I need to have a yes or no from you. Are you going to waive your rights to extradition? And
so if I waive them, I got to see her 30 days.
Well, you'll stay here for 30 days, and we'll notify Tennessee that you're waiving extradition, and you'll stay here until they come and get you. Now, if they don't come and get you in 30 days, you'll be released. But that warrant is still valid.
Yes.
So you could step outside, walk 10 feet, and get rearrested for you do something. And you've got that warrant.
And if I don't waive, I mean, it's because I'm so just about baby. Oh, if I don't sign it, then I have a court date.
You have a hearing, and it will be on August 17th, and you'll remain here until that hearing, and you will. They have the governors of each state have 90 days to sign that warrant, and unless you make the bond, which is going to be $1 million cash, you're still gonna remain in custody.
Okay. So I want to sign it then.
I can't make that decision. You got to make that decision.
I want to go. I want to get up out of here. I don't want to wait. If I sign it, they come.
If you sign it, then the 30 days starts now, and you just wait here for them to pick you up.
Oh, I sign it because I ain't no sense of waiting on 90 days.
Okay.
Like that.
All right.
It's up to 30 days. They'll come and get me before 30 days.
Oh yes, ma'am. They can. Okay. They can come and get that. I don't know. I mean, you know what the charge is. I know what the charge is. They could be here tomorrow. You know.
Okay.
So they've said that they are going to extradite you, and given the seriousness of the charge, and I'm not here to decide whether you did or not, but given the seriousness that they think it is, you know, that's why it's
I'm dealing with a stalker.
Okay.
I'm dealing with a stalker.
All right. So I understand at this time you do want to sign the waiver extradition. I need to ask you some questions as I'm making record of this proceeding. Did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to bail, in which this case, and I misspoke, it would be $100,000 cash? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign that paperwork?
No, sir.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No, sir.
Okay. I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I am also signing it. I am directing the sheriff's office to notify the requesting state that you are ready to return. The requesting state will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. All right. So the clerk is going to tell you when to sign, and I'll go ahead and sign this. Okay. I should be good on my end. Okay, you printing?
Right.
Okay. All right. Really? Why not? Oh, boy. Doing it? Okay. All right, ma'am, they're gonna get your paperwork. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Jermaine Neal, to the podium, please. It's not showing my signature? Okay. All right, let's try this. It's not showing my signature. Is there something else I need to do? I see her signature.
Yeah, you can hear, you can see her.
Let's try this. And this. She has, well, she's waived her rates. Okay, I'm gonna sign this. This was approved. Okay, FOJ was not signed by the defendant. Yes, it was. Are you gonna have her come back in? Yeah, her. You calling Katrina in here? All right. She coming in? I mean, do I have to do anything else? No, she waived her rights.
Favorite is fine, on board. I got present judge of the court. I think it needs your signature at the bottom.
I think it does, so. Hey.
Is the defendant on?
Yeah, she's waiting. It should be on there. But. Sorry.
It's all right.
Close it out again, and then can you
Reopen it?
Reopen.
Sure, yeah, close it out. And, oh, just. Cancel or the cancel amend or both? Good. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. I'm not changing anything because she's still waiving her rights.
and then try signing it.
Okay, it says it was signed and approved. Let's see. Still not appearing.
Can you sign?
That's not him. That's not him.
Let me swap real quick.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Ma'am, I'm gonna have you come back in, please.
But her stuff's on here.
The full one and see if this can. The information.
Okay. Sorry, we're having a technical problem.
I can say it one more time. Okay, that is it. You're all set.
Okay, now I need to sign, right? It's in there? Okay. Okay. Make sure, I want to see this.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. All right. Okay, if we can have Mr. Neal to the podium, please. All right, can we have Miss Carter out, please? Thank you. Thank you. 1 second, Mr. Neal. Okay. Can you state your name and date of birth?
Tremaine Neal, December 26, 1986.
All right, so you're here on 2 probation violation warrants. First one, we're going to do the first one first. That's going to be related to 2 counts of sexual exploitation of minor, 2 counts of dangerous crimes against children, and probation violation terms 4 and 715. I'm providing you with a probation revocation hearing on August 11th, Superior Court, and disposition hearing on August 11th, Superior Court. I'm providing you with public defender on both of these matters. Your bond in this first matter is set at $25,000.
$25,000
Yes.
for probation violation?
It's because of your underlying charges, sir.
Wait, exploitation of a minor, that's not my charge.
That's what it says, sir. So
Well,
let me get to the second one.
Okay.
All right. So your second probation violation warrant is related to a failure to register as a sex offender and violations of terms 4715D.
What date is that?
Well, let me go over.
Oh, okay. So yeah, because I just.
You have a probation revocation hearing on August 11th, 8:30 in the morning, possible disposition hearing at that same time at Superior Court. You're going to get a public defender on both. So let's look. All right. I'm looking at the warrant. The warrant was verified today. All right. So these charges are not recent charges, but based on the charges, you have lifetime probation.
Yes, and I was on ankle monitor.
Okay, well.
And I had a curfew.
All right, so you want to know what you violated? Okay?
No. You
those charges are. I'm looking at what the counts are, what you were found guilty of or pled guilty to, and they're.
I pled guilty to the temp molestation.
Yeah.
And then I pled guilty to FTR, which was back in October.
Right, and there's also a dangerous crimes against children charge that you. It's actually
that's all for the same case.
It's kind of the same thing. So you have 2 of those counts.
Right, 2 counts that I'm on probation for. Correct.
That's on the first warrant.
And then the FTR is the other case that I just got in.
Failure to register.
Right, in
That's
October.
correct. That's correct.
Okay, and there's no new failure registers, right? There's no new case of failure registers. That's what I make sure.
Well, that's what the warrant's for. The warrant is for your failure to register. And that was verified.
That's not a new case though, is it?
That was verified on July 21st, 2026. Well, it's not a new case.
Okay,
It's a requirement of your probation.
Oh, okay, I was just making sure I didn't have a new case.
Right, no, yeah.
Yeah, because I know I just got that in October, the failure to register.
Okay, all right. So, so you know what your bond amounts. If you do make bond and are released.
Wait, what's my bond amounts again?
25,000 and 1,000.
1,025?
Yeah.
Is there a way we can lower that, Judge? Because I mean, I just got a new job. I'm in a stable place now.
I understand that, but I'm not gonna lower the bond. I mean, given the seriousness of the crimes, I'm not gonna lower the bond. And and honestly, these were set by probation. So you need
I was literally just got out on the OR in October for the failure to register for these same
I
charges.
understand, but you need to talk to your probation. They're the ones that have violated you. I didn't violate you. They're the ones.
I know, but can we talk? Because I said I'm gonna lose my job. I just got into a stable place last week.
I can't do anything about the bond amounts. I'm sorry, I can't.
I just seen you do it for one guy.
Well, just because it didn't happen with one guy doesn't mean it happens with the other.
I understand, but Your Honor, I just got a new job.
I understand.
Well, a stable place.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to change the bond amounts. They are what they are.
I thought it was 2,500 for my bond.
That's what the bond amount says, but the bond, I can raise or lower those bond amounts.
Okay.
Okay, I've raised that bond amount because of the seriousness of your crimes and because of the probation violations, which are not old. Those are recent violations.
Right, the violation.
And you can't violate probation. You know that.
I know that, sir. I mean, I'm not
going to argue with you. I'm not going to change the bonds.
I was asking for just a chance, sir. I've been doing really good.
I'm sure you have, but you haven't because
I don't really have a criminal history either.
Based on what your probation officer has told me.
You just gave a guy
It doesn't matter what I did with somebody else.
Oh.
All right. So please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Okay, just got that. Okay. All right. We have three house calls. The first one is going to be Jonathan Bond. Mr. Bond's date of birth is October 15th, 1985. He's here on a Superior Court failure to appear bench warrant. I'm providing him with a public defender. It's related to possession of drug paraphernalia charge, class 6 felony. He has a disposition hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning, and he's getting a public defender. That's going to be at the Superior Court. His bond is $100. If he does make that bond and is released, he will have conditions and restrictions from custody that I will go over with him at his cell. The next person is Cole Critchfield. Mr. Critchfield is here on 6 counts of organized retail theft. He's getting a public defender. He's got a status conference on August 10th, 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 13th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. His bond amount in this matter is $2,000. He will have conditions and restrictions of release from custody, and I will go over those with him at his cell. Finally, we have Dwayne Haygood, and Mr. Haygood is here on Superior Court probation violation warrant related to a failure to register as a sex offender. He's going to get a probation revocation hearing on August 11th at Superior Court and a possible disposition hearing at the same time. He's got a public defender, and he will have conditions and restrictions of release from custody, and I will go over those with him at his cell. And that will conclude the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 4th, 2026. We're at recess.
You're welcome to start here. All right.
Be seated. Now, suppose you've heard from the AG's office whether they're going to appear yet. Okay. I didn't move him. He's still down a little bit, but we're going to get to it probably pretty quick. All right. We good to go? Okay. This is the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 4th, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. I'm Commissioner Aragon, your initial appearance judge. This is your initial appearance hearing. The court will decide whether you're going to be held or released. If you are released, I will advise you of the conditions of your release. I will not go over every detail of your release. All of the conditions of your release and your scheduled court dates will be on the paperwork that you receive after your hearing. I will advise you of why you're arrested. I will not be deciding whether you are guilty or not guilty of those charges. You have the right to remain silent. We are recording everything that is said at this hearing. Please do not discuss the facts of your case because it may be used against you in the future. I only need to find probable cause of your charges in this hearing. If I do not find probable cause, that does not mean that those charges are dropped or they will not be filed in the future. In deciding your release, I will be considering the charges that you brought in for today, your past criminal history, and your history of showing up at court. I will also be providing you with a public defender if you qualify. I will provide you with your next court dates. When I call your name, please go to the podium. I will also call the person who's appearing next to have a seat outside the door. Jeremiah Parler to the podium, please, and Christopher Valtierrez, you are on deck.
How are you doing today, Judge?
Good. Mr. Parler, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
My name is Jeremiah Parler, 11/08/2006.
All right, sir, you're here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant related to probation violation of terms 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 15. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 11th, 8:30 in the morning, and a possible disposition hearing at the same time. Your probation officer has placed a hold on you, so you will not be released.
I will not be released?
No, your probation officer has put a hold on you. If you are released at any subsequent hearing, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You understand, sir?
Okay, I have a question. Do you know what this violation is for? Is it for the case that I just plead to, or what is it for? So I've been in here already for 11 days.
I understand, sir. Let's see.
I've been in court, and I don't even know what to say, but shoot. So I have no bond either. That's the only one.
Yeah, give me a second. You know what, sir, I'm not exactly sure why he put a hold on you. It just says that you're arrested. They put a hold on you, and they filed a page 2.
You sure they put a hold on, like me to stay in here, or a hold?
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, or a hold.
He did that today. So he knows that you've been arrested because it says that right here.
Yeah, I've been arrested.
At this time, officer places a probation hold, so I can't let you go.
You're not even on a bond?
No, sir. That's something you're going to have to take up with him. All right?
Yeah, it's because I have to pay my rent to even finish probation. I have to get back to my house and everything.
Yeah, that's something you're going to have to take up with your probation officer. That's not anything I have anything to do with.
No, yeah.
All right?
So what? So when is my next court date?
I'll be on your paperwork, sir. Okay?
So I'm gonna have a hold until my next court date, basically.
Yes, sir. Yeah. You can try to get hold of your probation officer, before they have phones before
the court date.
Court date, yeah.
And I can.
But
she could take the hold off.
That's up to them. It's not up to me.
If she takes the hold off, would they just be able to release me with no bond?
I'm not sure. That's up to him or up to her.
Yeah, her.
Okay. All right.
All
right.
All right, right.
Just get your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, to the podium, please. Yeah. He's not coming now. Okay. All right. Is Mr. Garcia, are you on with us?
We just have counsel.
Yeah, but
the county attorney.
oh, he's not coming. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Mr. Baltieres, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Christopher Baltieres, 12/21/88.
All right, so you're on here on 4 matters. You're here on a justice court warrant, another justice court warrant, Superior Court, a new case, and an out-of-county warrant.
Yes, sir.
Out of Graham County. Yeah.
I was in prison. Like all this, I've been in prison this whole time. I've been trying to figure it out. I didn't want to come turn myself in or anything. I don't have money right now. This weekend I was trying to get to Safford to see what's going on with that probation. I just got out of prison in January. My absolute discharge. I got released to absolute discharge in January. I think 3rd or 4th. I didn't have no probation, no nothing, none of this. I don't know nothing of what's going on right now.
Okay. Well, hold on a minute. I understand the problem you have, but you had 2 justice court warrants
I was in prison during that time too.
I
The lady
understand
told me
that.
right now.
I understand that. But just because you're in prison doesn't stop those cases. Okay? But hold on a minute. Even if I cleared those bonds for the warrants, the Justice Court warrants, you still have that
Graham County.
Graham County warrant, and
That's what I'm trying to figure it out.
if you're released in January, you had 6 months to do something about it.
But they didn't. I got absolute discharge when you get out of prison. That's your absolute last day. That means you don't have probation, you don't have parole, you don't have nothing.
I get it.
And I got out that day, and they never told me I had probation. So I just recently someone told me that you got to figure out something about Graham County. So I barely got enough money this last week for this weekend to try to get to Graham County to figure out.
I understand.
And they tell me nothing.
Okay, well, that's up to Graham County. I have nothing to do with Graham County except to hold you on that bond. That's the only thing that I can do. I can't release you. I can't put a bond on you when it says no bond. So I cannot release you if they put a bond on you, and I'm not going to release you.
Yes, I wanted to get released to Graham County to figure out I don't know what's going on. I've been trying to figure it out.
Oh, okay, so you want to go to Graham County?
Because I just got out of prison.
Okay, well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do. Your next court date, you have a court date on August 7th at Graham County, okay? And we're going to get you transferred there for that hearing, okay? And at that time, you can find out everything that happened there.
So these charges that I got picked up at my house.
Listen to me. Listen. You have to talk to them about it. Okay.
No, the two warrants that they said about today. Right now, when I was talking to the pretrial services lady, she said that those are warrants from last year.
They are from last year.
While I was.
I understand that, but I understand that.
Incarcerated at that time, so how could I even get in trouble?
Do they have phones at the prison, right? You could have called them and you could have told them.
No, I never had. I was
all right. Well, okay. I'll tell you what. I'm going to clear those bonds out. Okay. I'll clear the Justice Court warrant and the Superior Court warrant. I'll no bond that, but you're still staying because you have a no bond warrant. You still have a no bond warrant.
Yeah, that's what
in Graham County.
That's what I wanted to get.
And you have a new case.
That's the new case that they're saying right now.
No, you have a new case.
When
a burglary case.
Yeah,
that just happened.
And they said on Monday, when I got raided this morning, they said on Monday that they showed me a picture of a blurry person outside of my house.
Okay, don't talk to me about that case because I'm not deciding that case. All right?
No, yeah, well, I didn't burglarize nothing. I haven't done nothing.
Okay, well, you can tell that at your hearing, but I'm not deciding it. Okay? All I'm doing is setting the bond on it.
It's just a little weird to me because if I'm in one place incarcerated, I cannot get out.
All right.
How am I out here doing something
listen,
else?
I've got a bunch of other people that I need to get to. You're not going to get released, okay? Let me go over these. Let me go over your court dates with you, okay? You've got a court date at Santan Justice Court on August 7th, 8:30 in the morning, okay? I'm providing you with a public defender. Your bond in that matter is $1,000. You also have a second Santan Justice Court case regarding a theft case. Your bond in that matter is $680. You've got the new case you were just arrested for burglary in the third degree, a class 4 felony. You have a court date on August 10th and August 13th at Superior Court. Your bond in that matter is $1,000. Plus, we've already talked about, you have that no bond warrant out of Graham County, and you have an arraignment hearing in Graham County on August 7th. All right. If you do make bond at any future time and you are released at any of these hearings, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and you must contact your probation officer, presumably in Graham County, within 72 hours. That's what I'm ruling tonight, okay?
I don't have it.
Okay, that's all I can say. Please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork.
That's crazy how you guys don't let us talk, man.
Drake Anselmo Lair, to the podium, please. And Lana Halbert, you're on deck. Mr. Lair, can you state your name, the date of birth, please?
Drake and Selma Lair, March 28th, 2000.
All right, sir, you're here on 2 new counts, armed robbery, class 2 felony, and aggravated assault, class 4 felony. Providing you public defender. You have a status conference on August 10th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. Preliminary hearing on August 13th, 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. You have cash bond in this matter of $25,000. If you do make bond and are released before that court date, you still have to go to those court dates. Not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Lana Halbert to the podium, please, and Alberto Zamora, you're on deck. So Zamora, does he not have counsel here then?
He does, yeah.
Where is he?
He's virtual.
He's virtual. Okay, I got him. All right, sorry, man.
It's okay.
Can you state your name and a date of birth, please?
Lana Halbert and 3/16/95.
All right, ma'am, you are here on a Superior Court grand jury warrant related to theft by extortion, class 2 felony, and theft by extortion, class 4 felony. Fighting with the public defender, you have an arraignment hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court, and a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. If you do make that bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Please take a step to your left and get it.
Can I ask you a question though?
Sure.
Is there any way that you can lower the bond?
No, I can't. It's a grand jury warrant.
There's no way you can't? Okay.
Step to your left and gather your paperwork. Alberto Zamora to the podium. Mr. Zamora, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
12/16/1990.
Okay, sir, you are here on Superior Court arrest warrant related to aggravated assault, class 3 felony, and endangerment, class 6 felony. That's one warrant. On the second warrant, you have 4 counts: aggravated assault, class 3 felony, threatening intimidation, class 1 misdemeanor, criminal damage, a class 2 misdemeanor, and assault and touching to injure, class 3 misdemeanor. Let me see if your court, I believe your court dates are the same on both. Court dates are the same on both. You have status conference on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning, Superior Court. Preliminary hearing on August 13th in the morning, Superior Court. Right now, your bond amounts are $50,000 on both of those. I understand you have counsel. Counsel, do you want to make an appearance?
Yes, Your Honor. Good, good evening. Jose Mendoza on behalf of Mr. Zamora. Yes, Your Honor, I did receive a copy of the Form 4, and I did receive a copy of the petition to revoke on both matters. So I understand it's predetermined bond. I did see that the judge signed off on it, was asked for a $50,000 cash bond on both matters. So we'll address that later.
Okay, that's correct. I'm ready to hear what you have to say about those bonds, sir.
Your Honor, is that well, being that it's already a predetermined bond, I think I have to address that with the Superior Court that issued the bond. It doesn't state whether or not those bonds are $50,000 each or $50,000 concurrent with both cases.
From what I saw, it says that they're each, because they're referred to 2 different cases.
Okay, because my client was out on a $70,000 bond with respect to both cases. So as it applied to both cases, that's why I ask. So I would ask the court then to, at least at this point, to address that issue and make it apply to both matters, the $50,000 in both cases, and I will apply for a modification of bond release with the Superior Court judge handling the matter.
Okay, all right. Yeah, they're, I just checked. They are. Do you have a copy of those warrants,
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Mendoza? Okay. Yeah, so those are referring to two separate cases. Those are referring to 4684 and 4448. So,
Right.
so those are yeah, those are separate cases. Those and they each have that $50,000 cash bond. So I'm going to keep the cash bond at both at 50,000. Just, you know, because you're going to file a motion to modify anyway. So either way, I don't think it makes a difference. Do you want to enlighten me and tell me why it does, or I mean,
That's
you're going
fine,
to file
Judge.
the
We'll
motion
address it
anyway.
at the status conference.
Okay. All right, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep the cash only bonds at 50,000 apiece. Like I said, Mr. Mendoza, your court dates are the same, and you'll get your attorney and you will get copies of those court dates. If you do make bond in our release, you still have to attend those court dates. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to reside at the same location as any alleged victim. Not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and you must obey any terms of orders of protection or injunctions against harassment. Was there anything else tonight, Mr. Mendoza, for your client?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Zamora, that's just turn to your left and gather your paperwork, and I'm sure your attorney will be talking to you.
You said I have court when?
August 10th, 8:30 in the morning is your first status conference at Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on August 13th at 8:30 in the morning. And that's for both cases. That'll all be on your paperwork.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Mendoza, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Okay, Steve Frank to the podium, please. And Burnell Wright, you're on deck. Frank, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Frank Steve, 610/80.
All right, so you're here on, let's see, 3 different matters and 3 different Superior Court bench warrants. Let me just see, I'm sure that your court dates are all going to be the same for all 3. And they are. So, I'm providing you with a public defender on all 3 matters, on all 3 warrants. You have a probation revocation on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court, and a disposition hearing at possible at that same time. Is that right? Yeah. Yes. Your bond amounts are going to be $750 on the first one, $750 on the second one, and $750 on the third one. If you do make bond on these 3 matters, they're $750 apiece. If you do make bond before your court dates, you still have to attend those court dates. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Those charges that you guys got on me right now, I did time for those in prison already. I shouldn't have had those. Those were back in 21 and 23 when I got out of prison. Like, I did my time for those charges right there. They shouldn't even be in there anymore.
Well, sir,
the only
those
thing I
warrants,
should have, like, for probation, for absconding from probation, that's the only thing I should have with me. And then the bond should have been like at $750 for that one, and the other charges should be off my file already, because I did prison time. That's why I'm on probation for those charges.
sir, all those warrants were verified today. So I'm not sure if there was something that happened there, but that's something you're gonna have to address with the court moving forward at your next court date. All right,
What's the charges for? Like, what's those 3 charges, if you don't mind me asking?
sure. The first charge is related to possession of drug paraphernalia. I assume you probably have. The next one is possession of narcotic drugs. And possession of possession of narcotic drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia.
And that's back in 21, right? 17 and 21?
One of them is for 21. One of them is for 23. And one of them is for 17.
Yeah,
17, 21, 23.
Yeah, I did time on those already.
Okay, well, sir, all I can tell you is those warrants are still valid.
So when I go to
Yeah.
court, they'll figure that out?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork.
Thank you.
As soon as you can, get a hold of your public defender. All right. Renell Wright to the podium, please. All right, sir, can you state your name and date of birth?
Renell Wright, 12/29/03.
Right, sir, you're here on 2 probation violation warrants. The court dates for both of those warrants are going to be the same. They'll be on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning, a probation revocation hearing and a disposition hearing at the same time. You're getting a public defender on both of those warrants. Your bond on the first one is $750. Your bond on the second one is also $750. If you do make bond in our release, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Christina Ray to the podium, please, and David Busto, you're on deck. Ms. Ray, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Christina Marie Ray, January 12th, 1985.
All right, ma'am, you're here on this probation violation warrant related to possession of drug paraphernalia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a probation revocation hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court and a possible disposition hearing at that same time.
Okay.
Your bond in this matter is $150. If you do make bond in our release, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. Not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription.
Yes.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Yes.
You may not leave the state. Notify the court of any new address and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes. I need to find out who that is again.
Who is?
My probation officer.
Well, it may have changed. So there's a general probation office number.
Okay.
Give them your name, and I'm sure they can look that up. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So, will I be released?
If you make bond, you can be released. All right.
What if I can't make
Then
bond?
you're going to stay here until your next hearing.
When's my next hearing?
I just told you, August 11th at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Take a step to your left, ma'am. Gather your paperwork.
All right. Thank you.
David Busto. And Esther Rodriguez, you're on deck.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Busto, can you state your name and date of birth?
David Valentino Busto. My birthday is 2/15/1966.
All right, sir, you are here on a failure to appear bench warrant related to a dangerous drugs possession and a shoplifting charge. I'm providing you with a public defender. You have a non-witness violation hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Isn't I supposed to have court on, August 7th?
You may, but not in this case. It's August 11th. Your bond in this matter is $100. $100. Okay.
Your Honor, may I, let you know, they told me to let you know, if you can reduce it, I only have $50 on my
I can't,
books.
sir. It's a cash,
I have
so I
$50
didn't set the warrant. Another judge did, and it's a cash only warrant,
Your Honor.
so I can't do that.
Okay.
If you can make that $100 and you are released, you still have to return that, you still have to go to that court date.
Yeah.
You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Thank you. Thank you. Esther Rodriguez to the podium, and John Rentoul, you're on deck. Ms. Rodriguez, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Esther Rodriguez, 11090.
All right, ma'am, you are here on 3 justice court warrants out of Kyrene, all related to the same charge, and that is failing to abide by compulsory school attendance for your children. Okay? You have to make sure that your children go to school. Otherwise, you end up here. And I'm sure you don't want to end up here again.
No.
Okay. Well, your bond amounts have been set by the justice in that justice court. You set them. You've got 3 bonds. 2 of them are $50. 1 of them is $100. So it's $200 total. If you can make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. And I am providing you with a public defender for those matters. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, take a step to your left, ma'am. Gather your paperwork. John Rentoul to the podium, please. And Fernando Delgado, you're on deck. Rentoul, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
John James Rentoul, 12395.
All right. Let me ask you a question. I know you've got this warrant out of Navajo County. Did you have a warrant in Pinal County?
No.
Okay. All right. I thought I saw something and then I couldn't find it. And all I found was your Navajo County warrant. So that's what we're going to go with. So you've got this Navajo County Holbrook Justice Court warrant related to failure to appear and assault. So both misdemeanors. I can't provide you with a public defender because that's up in Navajo County. But when you get up there, you can request one. Your next court date is August 7th, 8:30 in the morning at Holbrook Justice Court, and your bond is $200. If you make the bond and are released, you still have to go to that hearing. You may not return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You may not possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir? Okay, take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Fernando Delgado to the podium, please. Delgado, can you state your name and date of birth, please?
Fernando Garcia, 41002.
Right, so you're here on a Superior Court arrest warrant related to narcotic drug possession. 2 counts of narcotic drug possession, class 4 felony.
Was one for today?
There's 2 of them for today.
Good.
Well, look, I'm not going to decide whether that's not what I'm here for you to do today. You can address that at your next hearing. Your next hearing is on August 19th at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. It's a status conference. You have a preliminary hearing on August 21st at 8:30 in the morning at Superior Court. You don't have much of a criminal history, so do you promise to go to those hearings?
Yes. Actually, I got incarcerated not too long ago. I don't know why they didn't mention those charges when I got
I don't know. But I'm gonna cut you a break and I'm gonna release you OR, okay?
Okay.
So you're gonna, again, get released without a bond, as long as you promise to appear to those hearings.
Yes, sir.
If you end up back here because you didn't go, I'm gonna put a bond on you and you're not gonna get out. You understand?
All right.
Okay. So when you're released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Take a step to your left, gather
You
your
said it was the 19th, right?
Yeah, it'll all be on your paper.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Serena Pappas to the podium, and Melanie Hendrick, you're on deck. All right, ma'am, can you state your name and date of birth?
Serena Pappas, 10/14/74.
All right, ma'am. You're here on a new case related to interference with a judicial proceeding. Class 1 misdemeanor, and it's out of North Mesa Justice. I'm providing you with the public defender. You have a court date on August 20th at 1 p.m. North Mesa Justice Court. If I release you, do you promise to go to that court date?
Yes, sir.
Do you also promise to comply with the order of protection?
I'd actually like to release it, so I need to go to Glendale, I guess, or can you do that for me?
I can't do it for you.
Okay.
You'll have to do that, okay?
Okay.
All
Yes, Your
right.
Honor.
Make sure that you go to that hearing, because if you violate that order of protection and you come back in front of me, I'm gonna put a bond on you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
So you may not, but until that order of protection is released, you may not go within 1,000 yards of the victim or the victim's residence. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even if that person says, come over, I need your help with something, come over, I hurt myself. No, because
Yes, Your Honor.
like what happened, if you get caught and they run it, you're gonna get back here, all right? All right, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers, may not reside at the same location as any victim. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs, without a valid prescription. Not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You're not to leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. You must obey the terms of any orders of protection and injunctions against harassment. You understand, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Melanie Hendrick, to the podium, please. All right, ma'am, can you state your name and date of birth?
Melanie Hendrick, July 31st, 1991.
All right, ma'am. You're here on a new municipal court case out of Goodyear. Related to possession of drug paraphernalia and 2 shoplifting charges. I can't give you a public defender because that's municipal court and I don't have that jurisdiction. But when you get there, you can request a public defender if you need one. All right, you have an arraignment hearing on August 19th at 1 p.m. at Goodyear Municipal Court. If I release you, do you promise not to come back here to go to that hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I will tell you, if you do not go to that hearing at Goodyear Municipal Court, that judge will put a big bond on you. And if you get pulled over for speeding or trespassing or do something little like jaywalking, they're going to run you. And if you have that warrant, you're going to get that bond put on you, and it's going to be a big one because that's what that judge likes to do. And I'm not going to alter it. So as long as you promise to appear to that next hearing, I'm going to release you. And you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. All right, Brady Salt to the podium, please. All right, this is an FOJ, so this is going to take a minute. All right, Mr. Salt, you are here on a, let's see, Warrant out of Kansas. So, it's a little bit technical. I have to read through all this stuff, so please pay attention. And I have a script I need to get through. May I have your name and date of birth?
Brady Salt, 2381.
Okay, sir. A warrant for your arrest was issued by the state of Kansas. That state wants you back on this warrant. Before court, you were given some paperwork to review. Did you read that paperwork?
I did.
Okay. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of Kansas. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days. Or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are sent back to the state of Kansas. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in the Maricopa County Jail for a period up to 30 days to allow time for the requesting state to come for you.
I don't mean to stop you, but I didn't catch the first part. If I waive it?
If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for Kansas to come for you. That 30 days, this is important, that 30 days would start tomorrow, as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona. If you do have criminal charges pending against you in Arizona, that 30-day period will not start until those charges are resolved. And it looks like right now you have an open case in Arizona.
Can you tell me what that is?
The note that I have here, well, here's the case. Here's the case right now. It is a case related to possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. That case is still open.
It's still considered open even though I've already accepted a guilty plea?
Well, let me look at the case real quick.
Okay.
It's still open because the judge has not accepted the plea. You've notified the court that you're accepting a plea.
Okay.
But the judge has to accept that and sign off on it. Okay.
Sorry.
And I don't know what the plea agreement was.
Sure.
But let's say that I don't know what your history is or what the plea agreement is. But let's say that your plea agreement is 30 days or 50 days in jail.
Sure.
Let's say that's it. For the warrant out of Kansas, your 30-day time period, if you decide to waive extradition, would not start until that you're out on that 50-day term. So your charges in Arizona on this case that's still open has to resolve first before the time starts to tick. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So keep that in mind. I know.
Now, may I ask a question?
Sure.
I mean, I don't have a doctorate in jurisprudence. This is all civil, criminal. It's a mix.
Just a little complicated.
It is very complicated. So please excuse my ignorance on the matter. If Kansas jurisdiction ends this month, which it does, my parole maxes out on the 28th of this month, which would end
Kansas. It does?
In Kansas, yes, sir. Which would end their jurisdiction. At that point, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't know if your new charges here is considered a parole violation. I don't know. And if it does, I don't know what effect that has on your parole in Kansas. It might be an automatic, well, if he violates parole, he gets another year. I just don't know.
That's the thing, is my parole, it can't go further than the 28th of August. It ends. I have maxed it out on the 28th of August. It has reached its full term.
Okay. All right. So here's what I'm going to suggest, and here's what I'm going to do. Okay. And you'll be able to get more information a little bit further down the line on this.
Yes,
okay.
sir. I'm
going to read you all of this stuff, but actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to let you waive your extradition yet. All right. I'm going to set an extradition hearing for you. And at that time, you can get better answers because
Okay.
there are more people at this extradition hearing that will be more educated than I on this extradition, and will be able to explain it to you a little bit better.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, and if you decide after you talk to them at the next hearing you want to waive, you can still waive.
Okay, that's gonna be my question.
Yeah, you don't waive your right to waive.
Okay.
So I'm going to say that you're not waiving your rights. You have a hearing, a fugitive of justice hearing on August 17th at 1:30 p.m.
Does it say what the warrant is for out of Kansas? Does it give a?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Endangering a child. Aggravated endangering a child. And I don't know what the corresponding charge would be in Arizona.
That's a new charge?
No, that's what the warrant's out for. Well, let's say, extradition. Endangering a child. I don't know what that means.
Does it say the offense date? I haven't been around any children in 15 years.
I don't know how Kansas puts their court dates.
Yes, sir.
But it could be 2000. It could be a long. How old are you? What is your
45.
You're how old?
45. I had previous child endangerment charges from a previous drug case from 2010. That's the last, other than 2012, until just a few weeks ago, I was in prison the entire time, so I didn't catch a new case there. I'm just kind of confused what the warrant is.
You know, I can print you up the warrant.
Sure.
And you can look. Can you print up that warrant, please? Just
include it. I'm confused as confused can be. I realize I left the state of Kansas and I'm on parole.
Right.
Okay, that's understandable. But when I had Casper looked up, they said I was in the state of Colorado, and I no longer had a warrant. So then today I was kind of confused that I'm coming here for. You guys called it. I don't even know what page 2 means. I'm very unfamiliar with the term.
Right. Okay, so I will read you the remarks, but we're printing up a copy for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here's the remarks. References made to our warrant 26-21784, issued by our agency out of Shawnee County on July 10th, 2026, for felony parole violations. So the warrant is not old. It's July 10th.
It's the warrant after I came here.
Okay, the warrant is active and non-bondable, so you're not going to get released until your next hearing.
Sure.
Kansas DOC will provide full extradition upon availability. Please hold for our agency. If the offender has been arrested, please submit and locate. So that's the warrant. Okay. So like I said, you're going to have your,
May I ask if there's a way to conduct that hearing sooner rather than the 17th, maybe a little sooner?
that's the way. The courts,
and it'll be
the courts are so busy. That's just the way.
It'll be in here, the same as?
No, they'll transfer you to Superior Court.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do.
Whew.
Yeah. All right, sir. So,
and you said it was, never mind. It's all on the warrant, correct?
We're going to give you a copy of the warrant.
Okay.
And we'll give you a copy of your paperwork. That'll have your next hearing date.
May I ask this question? How do I contest a warrant? I never lived in Shawnee County. I've never been to Shawnee County. I was on parole in Sedgwick County.
I don't know if that is some sort of clearinghouse for warrants in Kansas. I don't live in Kansas, so I can't tell you.
I don't live there anymore either, so I left.
All right, you're good to print on everything.
I'm sorry, I'm not, I mean, this is, like, I'm as confused, I mean, I'm familiar with criminal stuff, I've obviously had to deal with it, but this is a civil matter as well, correct? Am I gonna be awarded an attorney?
That's correct. No, extraditions are a civil matter. So, but I will tell you that there might be an attorney at your next hearing that might be able to talk to you. I don't think that attorney can represent you, but they might be able to talk to you about, and I can't guarantee you that, but there might be someone there that can talk to you and can kind of give you better information than I can.
And may I ask you a few more questions? I'm not trying to keep you all night, I really, but, I mean, this is my freedom here, and I know my parole ends. If I don't sign the extradition, and let's say I go to my sentencing, it closes out my case here, I do my jail time or whatever. At a certain point, did I read it correctly? It says after 90 days from your arrest, they have to release me. Is that correct?
That's correct. But it doesn't quash that warrant. That warrant is still out there.
But you'll have to release me from Maricopa County. Maricopa will be forced to release me.
Let you take care of your first case.
Okay.
If you don't waive and the governors don't sign that extradition warrant, 90 days passes, yes, you'll be released.
From the date of my arrest?
No, from the date of the end of the conclusion of your Arizona case. That's when the time starts to tick. You have to conclude whatever you got going on in Arizona first.
And that's on both whether I waive or don't waive?
That's whether you waive or don't waive.
Okay, so it's either way. It's either 30 days if I waive, 90 days if I don't waive, which doesn't matter because the 26th of August is when I go to my sentencing, which should conclude what do they call it? Adjudicate?
Adjudicate your,
Okay.
As long as you don't have, as long as you're not placed in jail or, I mean, I don't know what your plea is. I don't know if you're on probation. I don't know if it ends at the end of your probation, but you're going to have to, like I said, when you get to your next hearing, you can talk to the judge there that does these extradition hearings. They'll be able to help you a lot more than that.
So either way, it's
right. But right now it's better.
You can't do anything.
Right. But right now it's better that you don't waive.
Yeah, I don't want to give
once you do waive,
yeah,
that you can't you can't reverse that.
And I'm giving them jurisdiction at that point. Once I sign, I'm giving somebody the ability to pick me up regardless.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
I'm confused, Bob. I'm a little bit. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Hey, are we allowed to give a copy of the warrant to the judge wants it? Yeah. Okay, I can turn it off. Okay, cool.
Are we good? Or, okay.
Yeah, I can't give him a copy of the warrant. You gotta go through legal for that.
Okay. All right.
I'll let him know.
All right. Okay. Hey, let me tell you. You know what? So I'm not allowed to give you the copy of the warrant. Okay. But
you go through a tank order and get a legal needs request.
yeah. Okay.
They will give me a copy of the warrant?
They should do it that way, but I can't do it right here.
And can it be released or emailed to someone else? Can I give you an email?
Well, if you go through, who's he have to go through?
So when you get back over to Towers, here, go out and sorry.
No problem. He'll tell you. Thank you.
Your Honor, you can't give me a warrant?
No, I can't give it to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Here, everything in first?
I had no idea about that. Yeah. All right, so we should only have Mr. Cooper and Mr. Leon, right? Mr. Leon, okay, we're going to take Mr. Cooper first, and then we'll do Mr. Leon. Leon needs a translator. So Samuel Cooper. Thank you. I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, that's a lot of them are, because that's what they do. When they're in jail, that's all they do. All right, Mr. Cooper, can you state your name and date of birth?
Yes, Samuel Cooper, Samuel Durham Cooper, November 29th, 1986.
All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case, 3 counts. 1 count of sexual exploitation of a minor, class 1 felony. 2 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor, class 2 felony. The one was a class 1 felony, one's a class 2. I gotta change this. He's getting a public defender. Sorry. All right, sir. All right, so I'm providing you with a public defender. Your next court date is on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a status conference. It's Superior Court. You have preliminary hearing on August 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a preliminary hearing. Your bond amount in this matter is $200,000, and that's a cash-only bond. If you do make bond and are released, you will be on electronic monitoring and under house arrest. If you do make bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers. You're not to have any contact with any minors. You're not to protect. You are prohibited from accessing the internet through any means except to pay bills. You're not to possess any weapons, possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol, drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You may not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. You must submit to DNA testing and fingerprinting. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take a step to your left and gather your paperwork. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, I need to go for I'm gonna transfer you over to our office for decision for the addiction.
Is the interpreter on the line?
This is interpreter speaking. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I've got the defendant here. I'm going to swear you in real quick. Do you swear to interpret from Spanish to English, English to Spanish, to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Okay. The defendant is in the courtroom. Can you ask him his name and date of birth?
¿Me podría decir su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento?
Josniel González León, 15 de diciembre del 83.
This is interpreter speaking. I just want to verify the information with him. Just give me one moment, please. Señor intérprete, solo quiero verificar con usted 83 o 86.
83.
So my name is Sonia Gonzalez Leon, and my date of birth is December 15, 1983.
Okay, sir, you are here on a probation violation warrant.
Okay. Así que usted está aquí por, en este caso, violación de probación.
I'm providing you with a public defender.
Yo le voy a proveer lo que es un defensor público.
You have a probation revocation hearing on August 11th at 8:30 in the morning.
Usted va a tener una audiencia de revocación de la libertad condicional el 11 de agosto a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Your bond on this warrant is $2,500.
Su bono en esto es de $2,500.
If you do make bond and are released, you will have to go under pretrial supervision with alcohol testing and monitoring.
Si usted llega a pagar la fianza y usted es liberado, esto va a ser bajo una supervisión con pruebas de alcohol y monitoreo y también monitoreo.
You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime.
Usted no puede regresar a la escena de ningún crimen.
You're not to have any contact with any victims, witnesses, or arresting officers.
Usted no tiene que tener contactos con ninguna víctima, testigos o los oficiales que arrestaron.
You're not to possess any weapons or possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription.
Usted no va a poseer ningún tipo de arma o consumir algún medicamento sin una receta válida.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol.
Usted no es válido para consumir ningún tipo de alcohol.
You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Usted no puede manejar un vehículo motorizado sin una licencia de conducir válida.
You may not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address.
Usted no puede salir del estado y usted debe notificar a la corte si usted tiene alguna nueva dirección.
And contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Y contactarse con su oficial de probation dentro de las 72 horas.
Do you understand?
¿Usted entiende?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Take a step to your left and gather your paperwork.
Haga un paso a la izquierda y agarre su papeleo.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter, for your service tonight.
Is there anything else I can assist you with?
All right. Thank you. And that will conclude the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 4th, 2026. We're at recess.
Thank you for calling line. Interpreter 7300 disconnecting. Have a great day, sir.
Please be seated. Good evening. This is the 11 p.m. initial appearance hearing calendar for August 4th, 2026. The court's orders for taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As you just heard in the recording, this is a very specific type of hearing. I will tell you why you are here, if an attorney has been appointed for you, when and where your next court hearing will be, if you are eligible for release, what your release conditions are, and any bond amount required. I will not read all the release conditions to each of you. That is your responsibility to review, but I may point out a few depending on your case. You do all have the standard release conditions, which include you must attend your future court hearings. You must keep the court updated with your contact information. You must not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, and you must not drive without a valid license. You are all here today on criminal matters. That means you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you. This hearing is being recorded and broadcast live. I will ask you for your name and your date of birth. There may be victims watching the live stream, so I will read the victim rights advisement and then we'll begin with your hearing. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law, that among others include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We'll now begin with your hearings, and I'll call you in one at a time. When it is your turn, come stand at the podium in the center of the room and speak into the microphone. I will call a second person's name to have a seat in those chairs right there by the door so that we can move quickly. Once in a while, I may need to pause the hearings to handle a warrant, so please remain seated in those chairs by the door and listen for your name. Also, take a moment while you're sitting there to get ready to be on camera. Once you enter the hearing room, you are being recorded, so that means take off your hat or hoodie when you're sitting there, take your arms out of your shirt, just be ready to be recorded. At the end of your hearing, you're going to be provided paperwork. This paperwork has all the information I'm about to share with you, the date, time, location of your next hearing, your attorney's phone number if one is appointed for you, your bond, and your release conditions. Hold on to this paperwork. It's important information for you to have and review. We'll begin tonight with Anthony Smith. Please come to the podium. And then after that is Annalise Varela. Have a seat by the door, please. Come on in, sir. Thank you. Please say your name and date of birth.
Anthony Bartholomew Smith, October 27, 1990.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a grand jury warrant. It's alleged that in March of 2025, you may have committed one count of aggravated assault resulting in temporary disfigurement as a Class 4 felony, and one count of aggravated assault with a victim who was bound or restrained as a Class 6 felony. So the grand jury found probable cause and issued a warrant for your arrest. This court is appointing an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing on this matter is a not guilty arraignment downtown Phoenix on August 11th. That's at 8:30 in the morning. The grand jury set the bond at cash only, $5,000, and due to the nature of offenses, you would also have an electronic monitoring device. I understand that you're presently in custody, so if you become eligible for release, this bond is there for you to take advantage of. Make sure you follow your release conditions and go to your hearings. Okay, please take your paperwork, sir. Annalise Varela, please come to the podium. Kylie Smith, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
My name is Annalise Varela, born 09/15/1999.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case. The new case is alleging that you may have committed one count of aggravated assault as a Class 2 felony. This court found probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is August 10th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. Under Arizona law, you are eligible for release. Your bond is set at $50,000 secured with an electronic monitoring device. If you're able to post your bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. I understand that's your residence, ma'am, and so you would be allowed one civil standby. That's where you call local law enforcement. They'll go with you to pick up necessary things like medication, identification, clothing. They will not resolve property disputes. There are other orders included, the most important of which is if there's an order of protection issued against you and served on you, be sure to comply with that court order. You are cautioned, ma'am, that whether you are in custody or out of custody, these no victim contact orders apply. If you were to violate them in custody, you'd be coming back here for another allegation of aggravated harassment, which is a class 5 or 6 felony. If you were out of custody and that were to happen, you would no longer be eligible for bail. So just to explain how serious this is. If you have questions about the allegation in the hearing process, you do have an attorney. Their phone number is on the second page of your paperwork. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Kylie Smith, please come to the podium. Juan Loza, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Kylie Smith, 3/22/89.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case alleging aggravated assault as a class 3 felony. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you.
Hello.
Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning. Under Arizona law, you are eligible for release, and your bond is set at $10,000 secured with an electronic monitoring device, which means if you're able to post bond, you'll need to tell pretrial services about your work commitments or other obligations so they can program that into the device.
Yes.
You are not to have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants, but you may go and come. You may come and go to your own apartment if still permitted to do so by apartment management. You are not to linger or loiter in any common areas, including patios, hallways, stairwells, parking lots, laundry rooms, or recreational facilities. Make sure you follow your release conditions carefully if you're able to post bond. If you're not, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, ma'am.
Thank you.
Juan Loza, please come to the podium. Jacob Chiago, have a seat by the door, please. Right in the center of the room, sir. Please say your name and date of birth.
7967. My name is Juan Loza.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case alleging that you had narcotic drugs in your possession as a class 4 felony and that you were driving without a commercial license as a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on August 10th, 8:30 in the morning. You have a $5,000 secured appearance bond, and you would need to call pretrial services if you're able to post your bond. While this case is pending, sir, do not drive any commercial vehicles without the proper license. Also, make sure you follow the other release conditions carefully. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir.
So I can get released?
If you post your bond, you may be released, and then you'll need to call pretrial services. Their number's on your paperwork.
Well, I need $5,000.
That's correct, sir.
If I don't have it,
Then you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing.
so I can get released until I have the money?
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. Please take your paperwork, sir. Jacob Chiago, please come to the podium. Alex White, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jacob Shago, and August 14th, 2003.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It is alleged you may have committed aggravated assault against a first responder as a class 4 felony, resisting arrest with physical force as a class 6 felony, and then disorderly conduct as a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney to assist you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning. You're eligible for release with a $2,000 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post that bond, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. I understand that's your residence, sir, so one civil standby is ordered where you can call local law enforcement. They'll go with you to pick up your things. I understand you also have children in common with the alleged victim. So as long as they're not included in a protective order, you may go through a third party to still have parent time with your children. But if an order of protection is served on you, be sure to comply with that court order. And if it includes the kids, then you won't have contact until the next judge changes those orders.
Okay.
All right, please take your paperwork.
Thank you.
Alex White, please come to the podium. Jason Mullins, have a seat by the door, please. You'll want to take it with you. They get lost a lot. Please say your name and date of birth.
Alex White, October 27, 2005.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new justice court case alleging reckless driving, driving without suspended license, carrying a deadly weapon, being less than 21, and having open or consuming liquor in your vehicle. These are all being alleged as misdemeanors, but an attorney is being appointed for you in the matter of bond. So what that means is if you post your bond, you'll need to hire your own attorney or represent yourself. Your next hearing is at El Centro Justice Court on August 7th. And that's at 8:30 in the morning. Your bond is set at $2,000. Your release conditions include that you are not to possess any weapons, any drugs or alcohol, and that includes simulated weapons and marijuana, THC, or CBD products unless you have a valid prescription. So make sure you comply with your release orders if you post your bond. If you do not post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing.
Okay.
Please take your paperwork, sir. Jason Mullen, please come to the podium. Yolanda Reyna, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jason Mullins, September 10th, 1980.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case alleging that you had dangerous drugs in your possession as a Class 4 felony and that you disobeyed a mandate of the court as a misdemeanor. This court did find probable cause and appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning. You are eligible for release. It is a $1,500 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post that, you will have random illegal drug and alcohol testing and an electronic monitoring device. So that means you'll need to talk to pretrial services. They'll program your device to allow for work commitments or other obligations. While this case is pending, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, or complainants. I understand that's your residence, so there is one civil standby ordered where you can call the local law enforcement. They'll go with you. Don't go by yourself. Pick up your necessary things. Also, if an order of protection is issued against you, be sure to follow that order of protection. And you are cautioned that the no victim contact order might result in additional allegations if you're to violate that, whether you're in custody or out of custody. In custody, you'd just be back here with another felony. Out of custody, you would not be eligible for release going forward.
Okay.
All right. Please take your paperwork, sir. Yolanda Reyna, please come to the podium. Brooke Bates, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Yolanda Irene Reyna, 8/28/86.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on 3 probation violation warrants. They're all alleging that you violated terms 3 and 5 and that your whereabouts were unknown since last November. So an attorney has been appointed for you. Your next hearing for all 3 cases is downtown Phoenix, August 11th, 8:30 in the morning. They have $500 bonds each, so it's $1,500 total.
Mm-hmm.
If you're able to post that bond, call your probation officer within 72 hours and go to your hearing. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your hearing. Okay. Please take your paperwork, ma'am. Thank you. Brooke Bates, please come to the podium. And then Miguel Hilaria, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Brooke Bates, 12/24/1989.
Thank you, ma'am. You're here today on 4 matters They're all failure to appears at your various status conferences. So you already have attorneys in your cases. Your next hearings will be downtown Phoenix on August 10th at 8:30 in the morning. And you do have varying bonds. It total comes out to $1,250, all four of them together. If you're able to post your bond, call your probation officer and go to your hearings. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported to your hearing on August 10th.
Okay, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
What about the statute of limitation?
That's a question for your attorney. If you have questions about the merits of your case or how the process works, you have an attorney.
Okay, because those were from 2016.
Some of them, some are 2015 even, yes. So you'll want to talk to your attorney about that and they can explain to you why they're now being followed through on.
Okay.
Okay. Please take your paperwork, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miguel Hilaria, please come to the podium. Alfonso Sola, have a seat by the door, please. You want to keep it with you. Spanish. You don't speak English? Okay, we'll move you to the bottom. Go ahead and have a seat. You'll have to wait for the last. Alfonso Solis, please come to the podium. Gerald Comer, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Alfonso Solis, September 25th, 2004.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on an out-of-county warrant. It's from Yuma County. So an attorney will be appointed for you at your next hearing at Somerton San Luis Justice Court on August 7th. That's at 8:30 in the morning. You have a $768 cash-only bond. If you're able to post that, make sure you go down there to your court hearing because this warrant's still outstanding. Even if you post your bond, you still have to go to that hearing. If you're not able to post your bond, you'll stay in custody and you'll be transported down to the hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir.
How do I post bond?
They'll tell you here in the center.
Thank you.
Gerald Comer, please come to the podium. Jacob Crockett, have a seat by the door, please. Do we have Mr. Comer? Okay. Come on in. Oh, you're not? Who is Mr. Comer? Okay, thank you. Okay. Please say your name and date of birth.
Gerald E. Comer, the second, and 11/15/1983.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a justice court warrant, and it is a failure to appear warrant. Looks like you came through here in June, but then you did not get it taken care of, and now you're back.
Yes, ma'am.
So an attorney has been appointed for you now in the matter of bond. Your next hearing is Moon Valley Justice Court, August 7th at 8:30 in the morning. Your bond is set at $500. If you're able to post your bond, you'll need to hire your own attorney or represent yourself. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing. Please take your paperwork, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you get a translator?
I am getting.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and we're gonna jump back to Miguel Hilaria.
Miguel?
Yeah, in just a minute, as soon as we have the translator.
You want me to in here or do you want to wait?
He can wait. It takes a minute. Thank you. Good evening, this is Commissioner Gentry in the IA Court. Is this a Spanish language interpreter?
Yes, ma'am. This is Leticia, ID 210171. I'll be your Spanish interpreter today.
Thank you. Before we begin, I need to ask if you will swear or affirm that you will directly translate my words from English to Spanish and the defendant's words from Spanish to English exactly as we say them, or to the best of your ability.
I will.
Thank you. We will begin. Mr. Esteban, please come. Yep, please come back to the podium. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Please wait for the translator to finish speaking before you speak.
Buenas noches, voy a ser su intérprete. Voy a repetir lo que se me dice y todo es confidencial. Le pido que nos dé tiempo. Déjeme terminar antes de que usted conteste.
You're here today on a criminal matter, so you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do may be held against you.
Usted está aquí por un asunto criminal, así es que tiene derecho a permanecer en silencio. Cualquier cosa que usted diga se puede utilizar en su contra.
Okay. Please say your name and your date of birth.
Permítame su nombre, por favor.
Miguel Ángel, Valeria Esteban.
¿Perdón?
Miguel Ángel Valeria Esteban.
Miguel Ángel Esteban. ¿Y su fecha de nacimiento?
29 de junio de 2005.
June 2905.
Thank you, sir. You're here today because you failed to appear at your status conference in June.
Gracias. Usted está aquí porque no se presentó en junio. Cuando le llegó un citatorio no se presentó cuando tenía que hacerlo.
You already have an attorney appointed to assist you.
Usted ya tiene un abogado asignado para que le ayude.
Your next hearing will be August 10th at 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix.
La próxima corte la tiene en el centro, en Phoenix, en downtown, agosto 10 a las 8:30 de la mañana.
When you failed to go to your hearing, a warrant was issued for your arrest, and so you have $1,000 secured appearance bond.
Cuando usted no se presentó, se puso una orden de arresto en su contra. Así es que tiene una fianza de $1,000.
If you post your bond, make sure you go to your hearing. If you cannot post your bond, you'll stay in custody and be transported to your next hearing.
Si usted puede pagar la fianza, asegúrese de presentarse el día 10 a la audiencia que tiene que presentarse. Si no lo puede pagar, se va a quedar aquí detenido y el día 10 lo van a llevar para que esté presente en la corte.
All of this information is on your paperwork. Please take your paperwork.
Y toda esta información está en sus papeles. Así es que llévese sus papeles, por favor.
Gracias.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Aficia. That was our only Spanish language defendant this evening. We appreciate your service to the court.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay, we'll continue with our English-speaking defendant, Jacob Crockett. Please come to the podium, and after that will be Grant Brown. Have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Jacob Allen Crockett, 09/11/97.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on 3 matters. The first one is a new case. It's alleging you had narcotic drugs in your possession as a Class 4 felony. This court did not find probable cause on that allegation. So you still have an attorney appointed, and you do have a hearing date, August 19th, 8:30 in the morning, downtown Phoenix. And the state may still bring additional evidence, like testing results, to support that allegation. It's not dismissed, but on your new matter, there's no release conditions. Your other 2 matters, sir, are from Justice Court. So one of them is Youngtown Municipal Court. It looks like you failed to pay. And then the other one is Arrowhead Justice Court. Again, a failure to pay. And so on each of those, you are going to be released today on your promise to go and get these taken care of. I've included hearing date, time, and their phone number, so you can call ahead and maybe make some type of payment plan. And so basically, sir, even though you're going to be released in a few hours, you have 3 hearings coming up. Your hearings will be on the 18th, 19th, and 20th, so 3 days in a row, and you've got to go to all of them or reach out to those courts and set up the payment plans. Even though you're being released, these warrants from the Justice Court and the Municipal Court, they're outstanding, they're unresolved. So if you have more law enforcement contact, you will end up back here until you get them sorted out. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, please take your paperwork, sir. Grant Brown, please come to the podium. Timothy Moore, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Grant James Brown, 9/11/91.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case. It's alleging you had dangerous drugs in your possession as a Class 4 felony. Drug paraphernalia, driving under the influence with a combination of liquor, drugs, and vapors, and then driving under the influence with metabolites of drugs. Those are alleged as misdemeanors. This court found probable cause and appointed an attorney for you. Your next hearing is downtown Phoenix on August 19th. It's at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released on your promise to go to the hearing and follow your release conditions.
Rehab.
You're in rehab?
I need rehab.
I cannot order rehab for you, but you can ask for that from the next judge. While you are waiting for your case, though, I did make the order that you shouldn't take any drugs without a valid prescription and no alcohol either. So hopefully you can abide by that. Would you like to have random testing? Because I can order random testing, and I can't order rehab.
No, I just go to CPI.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're thinking ahead for a plan.
Okay.
All right. So when you're released in a few hours, hold on to this paperwork. Make sure you come back to your hearing on the 19th, or they'll issue a failure to appear warrant. Okay?
And somebody stole my ID for that last charge. For that last, say I got arrested, and it wasn't me.
So right now, I'm not saying that you had driving without a valid license. We've got DUIs and we've got dangerous drugs is what we've got.
Yeah, I know that. I did that. I know that.
Okay.
But, from last time I got failure to appear.
Oh.
That wasn't me. Somebody stole my ID and used it, and they said it was me.
Okay. Well, a failure to appear means that you didn't go to the courthouse and you didn't check in.
Yeah.
So make sure you go to the courthouse and check in the courtroom so they know that you're there. You'll have to wait kind of in a room like this for your name to be called. And then make sure you're there and talk to your attorney, talk to the judge, okay? So you get credit for being there.
Okay.
All right. Please take your paperwork, sir. Timothy Moore, please come to the podium. Elias Martinez, have a seat by the door, please. Please say your name and date of birth.
Timothy Moore, February 16, 2006.
Thank you, sir. You're here because of a justice court case alleging interference with judicial proceeding as a misdemeanor. Based on the law enforcement report, this court did find probable cause. So no attorney is being appointed because of the nature of the allegation, but you do have a hearing coming up at Santan Justice Court August 18th at 9 o'clock in the morning. You are going to be released on your promise to go to the hearing and follow the release conditions. One of your release conditions is you must follow any order of protection that's active and valid. It's been served on you. If that person doesn't want to have that anymore, they need to take steps. But you can't do it because you're the person that has to stay away, okay?
All
right, please take your paperwork.
Thank you.
Elias Martinez, please come to the podium. Please say your name and date of birth.
Elias Martinez, 3/14/74.
Thank you, sir. You're here today on a new case alleging reckless driving as a misdemeanor. Based on the law enforcement report, this court did find probable cause. No attorney is being appointed due to the nature of the charge, but you can hire one or represent yourself. Your next hearing is at West Mesa Justice Court on August 18th at 8:30 in the morning. You are going to be released on your promise to go out there and get this taken care of. They will issue a failure to appear if you don't go to your hearing date.
I understand.
All right, please take your
Thank you,
paperwork.
ma'am. Appreciate it.
We do have two matters that will be house calls. The first is Yolanda Ashley. Her date of birth is 8/5/91. She's here on an arrest warrant. It's alleging that in 2026 February, she had dangerous drugs as a Class 4 felony and drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. An attorney has been appointed for her. Her next hearing is August 10th, 8:30 in the morning. I noted that she's currently in custody on another matter, and so I simply placed a $50 placeholder bond. She is also on probation, so her release terms and conditions are those of someone on standard probation. The other individual is Jessica Krebs, and she is being disruptive, date of birth 3/6/1988. She has a failure to appear warrant from a status conference in July, so she already has an attorney. Her next hearing is August 10th, 8:30 in the morning. She has a $3,500 secured appearance bond and the same release conditions as before. If there are any changes to these orders, they will be reflected in the written document. It is not my intention to return to this recording, so the 11 o'clock initial appearance hearing calendar stands in recess until 2 a.m.